Welcome, everybody, to Car Shield Field, the Cavemen and the Falcons today, and I'm joined by Mitch Plasmeyer, assistant coach for the Falcons, and works at P3, the director of remote pitching. You got a P3 athlete on the mound right now, Ryan O'Connell. But how are you doing today? Thanks for coming on here in the top of the first inning.
Oh, I'm doing good. Thanks for having me. It's going to be a treat today with OC on the mound.
Well, when we talk about this unique situation that we've been in, obviously the past couple months, a lot of your athletes continue to train and throw, and we've been able to see that this summer. A lot of your athletes have had success on the mound. And what were you guys doing during this time when there was uncertainty of when competition would actually happen again?
Yeah, so for all of our guys, obviously they're all in unique situations. They're all in unique situations when they come back from their prospective colleges. So our first step was to bring them in and kind of put them through the assessment process. The first part being, saying what have you done for the last, 6 to 8 weeks when the mass shutdown of the country happened, and everybody had a little bit different story for what they were doing. And when you kind of got down with these guys and understood what they had been doing, then we could evaluate and create a plan for these guys individually to get them back ready for game shape.
And somebody in game shape making his third start of the summer, Ryan O'Connell. The right-hander in the SEC for Alabama as he faces Seth Alverson, who's going to be on the mound. And we talk about pitchers in this summer. We were kind of talking before the game. There's been some really good pitchers this summer on the mound, and it kind of shows that they've been working hard and they've been able to refine their craft during this time. And what can you speak to how this summer has gone so far in this unique situation?
Yeah, I would say for our guys especially, who we get to see every single day, it's a credit to their hard work, the time that they spent, during that shutdown period and every day, in the facility, kind of taking it day at a time because you don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. And, they had a unique perspective of just let me get as much work in as I can, train as hard as I could until, whatever happens, and, paid off for them. They're all ready to go. So worked out great.
And then when we talk about, obviously, there's been a big shift with the way that pitchers have developed over the past decade. And how do you guys at P3 kind of adapt? Do you use different ways to try to develop a player in terms of the different data that's available? And have you shifted your approach to development, or how did that all kind of start?
Yeah, so our process at Premier Pitching Performance starts with the assessment, a comprehensive assessment of the entire athlete. And that starts for us with our semi-motion capture lab that we have and we've had for the past year now. And being able to get those guys up on the mound and assess them through motion capture gives us a different lens to look at those guys for the the complete athlete, get all the data back that Simia provides for us, and create an individualized plan based around how they move and their efficiencies or inefficiencies in the delivery that are going to provide them their best results, where we can attack. Depending on how the guy moves, we can attack different areas and make sure, that he stays healthy and he's going to perform optimally.
And talk about staying healthy and performing optimally. You got to see someone who performs at a high level. Your brother pitched the other day. How was that experience when you saw Michael on the mound, who was a fourth rounder and now getting to compete in the Car Shield League?
For me, personally, it was great. It's the first time I've been able to see him pitch in about 6 years. I missed out on a few years of seeing him pitch live when he was at Mizzou and I was playing in college. We're playing in the same season, so we never got to really see each other compete live. And then when he's been in with the Rays organization and the Mariners, that whole time I've been working at P3, so I haven't had much time to get out and see him during our busy times of the year. So for me, it was a little extra special getting to see him pitch live for the first time in 5-6 years. It was awesome.
Yeah. And somebody who, when we look at the ETA, it's for the big leagues, he was a guy who's in that top 30 list for the prospects for the Rays, and somebody who this year, next year, looked like he could have been someone who cracked the big club.
Yeah, for sure. And, that's a credit to his work that he's put in over the last, 10, 15 years of, when he decided that baseball was it for him, he kind of put his head down and went to work. And that speaks, for him as a person and his personality. For him, it's all about getting his work in, and he enjoys what he does every single day. So, it's been fun to watch and coach him.
Definitely, and we've been this whole summer we've been able to see that it's a unique situation that point has been belabored a lot of times, but especially for these minor leaguers who they're getting approval from their clubs, even though they're under contract, to be able to at least compete out here. We're seeing later tonight Jake Berger, a first-rounder, get to play. And so you get to see a lot of competition. And you talk about baseball players, and you work in the baseball development area where guys are training all year long, and they finally get to go compete. But what do you think that baseball is going to look like next spring at the college level? What do you think something's going to be different in terms of the way players are playing or performing because they've had a longer off season per se, or do you think there will be a shift in the way that we see talent kind of diversified across the whole college spectrum, with guys coming back from fifth years or the eligibility lost?
Yeah, I would say for the college level especially, that their development time is pretty short. If they get the summer, and if they're not playing in the summer ball league or doing something like the Car Shield League where they can train and play, their development window is pretty short because they're scrimmaging in the fall, they're scrimmaging in the spring, and right when they get back in the winter, they're hopping into live scrimmages, live games, everything like that from the college development cycle. So for them, having this extra time to kind of focus on their craft, maybe clean some things up in the delivery, work on a new pitch or developing some old pitches and sharpening those up, it's really, really big, and that scales all the way up to the professional level. I think you'll see a lot of guys come back to spring training a year from now and really, really surprise some people with the work they've put in.
Yeah, it's definitely a time that you can separate yourselves. We always talk about the off season, so in terms of being that time to get that competitive edge, as O'Connell has a couple outs now facing Mark Schallenberger here in the top of the first. If you're just joining us, Mitch Plasmeyer works at P3, the director of remote pitching and a Falcons assistant coach this summer, along with Austin Miney and Josh Kiesel, also the co-founder of P3. And you have a lot of P3 athletes on your team who've in this league who've been able to get a good opportunity, and really across the country, as it's been an integral piece of development, it seems like, in the pitching world, not just in St. Louis, but you deal with athletes all across the country, don't you?
Yeah, we deal with athletes at all levels, all across the country, from the professional ranks in different organizations, and guys that go to a variety of colleges that will come travel to us in the summer or the winter, from all across the country. We do college consulting with a few schools throughout the year, and help them in their development plans and assessing players. So you kind of get to see development from every level and all across the country. See what guys are doing in different areas. Take it in, soak it up, and see what guys are doing somewhere else that might be beneficial here, and something they can take back with them to school. And the development just keeps going.
Definitely. Well, I appreciate you joining us here in the top of the first. We bring content to people watching at home. We've been getting some good support. People like, if they can't come out, they're able to watch their kids or whatever it is. But I appreciate you coming on. And if there's a rain delay, you'll have to send some players or coaches back up to this furnace up here. So
for sure. I appreciate you guys having me. I love what we're doing here.
So a scoreless top of the first for O'Connell. We send it to the bottom of the first. That was Mitch Plasmeyer joining us here on the Car Shield Collegiate League. So stay tuned with us, and we'll be back with you in a moment. Andrew Fay, Ben Swords, Wade Stouse due up here in the bottom of the first inning against the hard-throwing right-hander Seth Alverson. Seth Alverson throwing to Chase Gibson, Luke Mann at third, Connor Kiffer at short, Bunton at second, Schallenberger at first, and Deal, Floyd, and Sperling will patrol the outfield. For the Cavemen, Will Bradley's squad is 3-6-1 this year. And the hard-throwing righty gets that one in for a strike against the leadoff hitter, Andrew Fay. Alverson has impressed on the mound so far this summer, but also with his bat, he's a dual threat for the Mizzou Tigers. As I'm joined alongside now Shane Holsey, Will Connerly, as Mitch Blasmeyer joined us for the top of the first inning, assistant coach for the Falcons and director of remote pitching at P3. Cool to talk to him right off the jump about some of his athletes competing this summer. And you see an athlete who has some good velocity, what P3 is known to develop right now on the mound, Seth Alverson. Andrew Fay leading things off for Josh Kiesel's squad, who's 4-4 this season. The Alabama right-hander worked a scoreless top of the first. And Fay getting called on strikes as they throw it around the horn, so the evening starts off with a strikeout for number 51, Seth Alverson, as they throw it around the horn. Ben Swords now coming to the plate.
Couple of SEC arms squaring off tonight. Bama against Mizzou. Usually those football games are pretty intense, but also they get into it on the baseball diamond as well.
They definitely do, and it's interesting because you see a lot of players in the SEC from Mizzou in this league. It's kind of been a point that we've talked about as a swing and a miss from somebody from Webster University, Ben Swords. See a couple of those guys here as well. Wade Stouse is on deck, but those games can be pretty good, and obviously one of the best baseball conferences in the country. As Alverson gets that one in for a strike at 95 miles an hour. He got up to 96 last time on the mound, caught some eyes. It was a hard-throwing right-hander. When we were watching an in and out the first day they got the new athlete, we were saying that arm from the outfield was something special as he gets a couple strikeouts to start off his evening.
Pretty special on the mound as well. Not just can play the outfield, can swing the bat very well, but also hard thrower on the mound. And when you got a guy like this who can pretty much do it all, it's a manager's dream.
They have a couple players on the squad. The man at the hot corner, Luke Mann as well. A two-way. As Wade Stouse hits this one up, flied to left, tracking forward and eventually catching it is Caden Deal. So Alverson works the clean frame. 1-2-3, he goes. And we send it to the second. You're watching Car Shield Collegiate League TV. This inning's brought to you by Interco Recycling. Interco has been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics since 1996. The company operates a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. So if your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics to recycle, you can call Interco Recycling at 1-877-258-3601 or on the web at www.itcscrap.com. As that first pitch is fouled to the left side by Connor Kiffer. As O'Connell, the Alabama right-hander, back out for another inning of work. Scoreless after one inning here in the top of the second. Kiffer dealing Floyd due up for the Cavemen, a swing and a miss on a breaking ball from the right-hander. Another nice breaking ball. He gets the strikeout. Both pitchers looking pretty sharp early on. Caden Deal, the left fielder, now comes to the plate, swinging it from the left side. O'Connell attended Lafayette High School in Wildwood, Missouri. First team Suburban West All-Conference honors. He earned that recognition from STL today. Played a key role with those Lancers, posting a 19-6 record, winning a district championship as a junior. Practically led that squad in every single pitching category. All conference, all district, two-sport athlete. Was a second team all conference honors as a senior on the football as well. Playing multiple sports obviously can help a pitcher. Needs to be athletic on the mound as he gets the ground out. Austin Schmidt steps on the bag. They throw it around the horn.
And a lot of the skills you learn in other sports, for instance, in football, the footwork of being a football player really translates well to the baseball diamond, and especially if you're a pitcher, being able to get that balance, be explosive towards the plate. That's a big part of what football is. And playing other sports, you see a lot of professional baseball players that played multiple 2, 3, 4 sports growing up. So it can really be useful to play other sports besides baseball, because a lot of those skills and drills and things that you do in other sports really carry over to baseball.
Now Zach Floyd in the box as Ryan O'Connell, who we were highlighting, the dual sport athlete. Initially, he took his talents to Wabash Valley College, and we know how good they can be. And out of there, went to the SEC in Alabama, where he was just competing in his junior year. Didn't surrender a run, just threw a little over 4 innings. And he's featured a nice breaking ball this summer, making his 3rd start of the summer. Has 6 strikeouts and 6 innings pitched coming into tonight. He was looking for one there as the count runs to 2 balls and 2 strikes with 2 away here in the top of the second. That ball's chopped away to the left side and foul. To Zach Floyd in the box. 1 hit so far this summer. Manning center field for Will Bradley. An A-ball hitting coach of the Los Angeles Angels organization, Bradley is. O'Connell tries to go to the breaking ball. The defensive alignment, Wade Stouse, the catcher, Swords at third, Fay at short, Hoffman at second, Schmidt at first, Parrish, Hoffman, Hickman patrolling the outfield for the 4-4 Falcons. The full count pitch is ripped to left field, but coming in on it, but it goes through Parrish, and that's going to be multiple bases for Floyd as he's rounding second, but puts on the brakes. He'll stay there after the ball gets past the left fielder, Colin Parrish. An error on the play. And 2 bags for Zach Floyd.
It's like Parrish had a hard time reading that one off the bat. It was kind of caught in between coming in and going back, and stuck his glove out at the last second and just whiffed on it.
As the right-hander comes set with a runner on second, Zach Floyd reaching after that error. And as you mentioned, a tough ball to read right there when that ball's hit right at you. But it gets behind the left fielder. to bring up the catcher, Chase Gibson. Gibson with a couple singles, couple runs scored, been hit by pitch twice and has walked twice here this summer, has notched 2 hits so far.
And you're taught as an outfielder on balls like that, your first step is back. But Parrish was kind of caught in between. Do I go back? Do I come in? Do I charge this? Do I try to play it on a hop? And when you're caught in between like that, that's usually what's going to happen. It just gets by you.
That breaking ball misses low to Wade Stouse, who goes and scoops that one up as the backstop. And Chase Gibson now in a 2-1 count, trying to look for a 2-out run batted in as Floyd reaches on the air. Can the Cavemen make him pay? As that pitch is fouled toward the Cavemen dugout. 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2 outs here in the top of the second with a runner on second.
And back to that play, as long as you commit to one or the other, if you commit to playing it on the hop or commit to coming in and charging it, that increases your chances of successfully fielding that ball. But if you're caught in between, that's the worst case scenario.
O'Connell totaled 4 relief outings in his first season with the old Crimson Tide. Had a perfect earned run average, struck out 7 in those 4 appearances without issuing a walk, featured nice command and didn't allow any runs. He tries to come in on the hands of Gibson, who fouls that one away to the right side. Made his first appearance for Alabama on February 21st in the series opener at UNLV. He helped maintain a shutout with 1 relief inning that included a couple strikeouts. We know how talented this arm is. He came from Wabash Valley Conference to Wabash Valley Community College, but in that conference he earned all-conference recognition with his first season with that squad. Had a 1.63 earned run average to rank him 6th amongst league arms. Had 66 in a 3rd inning, 79 strikeouts. He features, as we mentioned, a very impressive breaking ball. And he gets Schmidt makes a nice play at first as Gibson grounds it out. And we send it to the bottom of the second, no score. Austin Schmidt, Alex Hoff, Colin Parrish. 2 up for the Falcons in the bottom of the second inning. Second inning of work for Seth Alverson, the hard-throwing right-hander from Mizzou. 94 to 96 he peaked at last time on the mound. It was about 94 to 95 last inning. When I go peek down at the radar gun in the stands, No, very talented arm, two-way player, as we mentioned a little bit last inning. He gets that first pitch in there for a strike against the first baseman, Austin Schmidt. That fastball misses low. Alverson, a North Plymouth, Minnesota native, a redshirt freshman at Mizzou this past spring. Facing off against one of the hottest hitters in the league for a long time, Austin Schmidt. Got off to a great start this summer. He hasn't really slowed down much. Hitting .375, 9 hits in 24 tries. As Alverson tries to climb the ladder with the fastball, but the count runs to 3 balls and a strike against the first baseman.
If this summer's any indication, Lindenwood got themselves one heck of a backstop.
Schmidt so far this summer, 12 runs batted in to lead this Falcons team. And at the tops of the league as well. Already has parked 3 balls out of the ballpark, 3 round trippers for the catcher slash first baseman so far this summer. Seth Alverson started 10 games for the Tigers, the Mizzou Tigers, this past spring. Hit a home run in his first ever collegiate at-bat. He hit a home run in one of his first at-bats here in the Car Shield League as well this summer. He issues the free pass to Austin Schmidt, first base runner to reach after Alverson worked a clean bottom of the first. As Alex Hoff comes to the plate. He got things started for the Falcons the other day with a home run and has some great speed as well. Alex Hoff takes that pitch upstairs. Hoff already with 5 knocks so far this summer. Alverson misses upstairs. 2 balls and no strikes. Alverson took a medical redshirt in his freshman season at Mizzou. He appeared in 4 games on the mound through 5 1/3 innings before being shut down. He was a 30th round draft pick of the Minnesota Twins out of high school in 2018. That pitch called for a strike. Speaking of draft picks, you're going to see a first rounder later tonight. Back in 2017, 11th overall with the Chicago White Sox, Jake Berger making his Car Shield Collegiate League debut. 2 balls and a strike to Alex Hoff. The delivery from Alverson's missed low and inside. The Cavemen have themselves a couple Gatorade Players of the Year. Luke Mann was in Missouri. And Seth Alverson, who's on the mound in 2018, was a Gatorade Minnesota Player of the Year. Pitch is upstairs, and it warrants a throw down from Gibson, but it doesn't matter as Hoff reaches on the free pass. Now runners on first and second as this inning starts off with a couple of free passes from the right-hander, now looking to work out of some trouble.
He's going to need a double play ball or a strikeout here, or some out that doesn't result in a runner advancing, because you walk the first 2 batters of the inning. If you don't settle down and get an out on the next hitter, that spells trouble.
We'll see what the right-hander can do. Runners on first and second, nobody out here in the bottom of the second, no score. As Colin Parrish, the left fielder, comes up to the plate. A swing and a miss, a good hack, but 0-1's the count. The left fielder, Colin Parrish, was redshirted by Quincy University this past spring. Here in an 0-1 count. There's a big arm of Seth Alverson on the mound. The pitcher and designated hitter, he'll stay in the game once he comes out of the mound to be in the lineup. Will Bradley constructing that so he can get one of his top bats, still get some consistent at-bats once he gets pulled from the game, likely only to go just a couple innings, we would assume, as he has the last time he was on the mound. This is his second appearance. Went 2 innings, surrendered just 1 hit, and struck out 4. Last time on the mound, he was starting as well. He caught some eyes, throwing the ball above 95 miles an hour. And if you follow us on Twitter, we did that little poll, Shane. It was going to be about 95 estimated at game time, and we said, what's going to be higher today? The velocity, the peak velocity of the pitcher, or the peak temperature? And it's been close as Alverson's been up there today, 93 to 95 about. And so it's going to be a close one.
It was about 90, 93, 94 when we got to the ballpark. So
it was a good pull, right?
That's very clever.
Colin Parrish, a 3-ball, 1-strike count, a swing and a miss, and the count runs full with nobody out and runners on first and second. And Shane, you know how they've played state championship games here before. A lot of players from these local high schools, they come from great programs, whether it be a Vianney or a CBC or other schools that have been to the state tournament, as Colin Parrish gets rung up. But schools who have been to the Final Four and state championships, and they've been able to play on this field. An interesting little nugget about Alverson is in Minnesota. He was the #1 overall recruit by Perfect Game, and he led his squad to a state championship. He got on the mound and struck out 16 hitters and just allowed a couple hits in the state championship game his senior season. He gets a strikeout right there of Colin Parrish, and we'll see if he can't work around of runners on first and second with nobody out after issuing a walk to the first 2 hitters of this inning. Again, that was 16 strikeouts, Shane.
Nothing like
Just
showing out.
2
Nothing like
hits.
showing out against the best in the state on the biggest stage.
As we mentioned, former 30th round draft pick by the Minnesota Twins, Alverson was a hard-throwing right-hander. As we mentioned, dual threat. Can do it both for Mizzou. He now faces Ian Hickman, the right fielder. 2 for 10 so far this summer with a couple singles. With 1 away and a couple runners on here in a scoreless game in the bottom of the second inning. Swing and a miss, a ball and 2 strikes. Tough to get a hit off this Alverson. Hard throwing righty. Appeared in 4 games on the bump for Mizzou. Had a 3.38 ERA. And as we mentioned, he's been about 93, 94 tonight. He's gotten up to 95, we've seen. He gets a strikeout right there of Ian Hickman looking. He knew it as he walks back to the Falcon dugout. And the designated hitter, Brandon Ohm, will now come to the plate. So Alverson with an opportunity to get out of this jam. He walked the first 2 hitters of the inning, but he's responded with a couple strikeouts. Now 2 on and 2 away for the designated hitter, Brandon Ohm. Right-hander gets a strike in. We mentioned he pitched 5 1/3 with a couple strikeouts. He only had 1 hit allowed. A small batting average of just .059 against. Very tough to square this righty up. And that theme has been pretty consistent. He's just surrendered 1 hit so far this summer here in his second outing. Went 2 innings last time on the mound, and here in the bottom of the second, this could be his showcase just going a couple innings tonight. Just Connor McKenna gets the J-bands and starts getting a little loose in the bullpen pretty gingerly. We'll see how many innings they want to go with Alverson. Definitely on a scheduled limit like a lot of these pitchers are. They'll tell you, hey, you got the first 2 or you got the first 3 tonight. As this ball is grounded to the first baseman, Schaumburger, and Alverson works around a couple of walks to start off the bottom of the second. We're through 2, no score.
This inning brought to you by our friends at Interco Recycling. Interco has been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics since 1996. Their 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility is located on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. So if your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics to recycle, you can give Interco Recycling a call at 1-877-258-3601, or you can visit them on the web at itcscrap.com, 1-877-258-3601, or you can find them at itcscrap.com. Our friends at Interco Recycling, a metaltronics recycler since 1996. Shane Holsey, Will Connolly with you. Charlie Bornoff on the production here on Cars Shield Collegiate League TV. Both starters have worked a couple of scoreless innings so far, and we head to the top of the third. Andy Bunton will lead things off for the Cavemen. 9-1-2, Bunton, Sperling, and Alverson for the Cavemen here in the top of the third. Still working against Ryan O'Connell, who's worked a couple of scoreless innings already, striking out a couple of hitters. Has not surrendered a base hit through 2 scoreless innings so far. And a couple of quick strikes here on Andy Bunton as he drops a breaking ball in there for strike 2. Bunton at a Danville Area Community College, Danville High School, as he pops that one foul and out of play. Another 0-2 coming here from Ryan O'Connell in the dirt. Bunton so far on the summer, 1 for 10, making his 5th appearance here. Has driven in a run as well as he fouls that one out of play. A couple of 2-strike foul balls, and Bunton staying alive here, hitting out of the 9-hole. Danny Sperling, the leadoff hitter, will be on deck. 9-1-2 for the Cavemen as they look to strike first here in the top of the third. Both starters have looked very sharp through the first couple of innings. We'll likely see a new arm out there for the Cavemen very soon, if not next inning, then very soon. No action in the Falcons' pen as Ryan O'Connell still in a 2-strike count against Andy Bunton. Now 2-2. Just missed off the outside corner. That was the 8th pitch of the at-bat. Number 9 coming up. That's fouled away once again. Bunton stays alive. That's the 4th 2-strike foul ball in this at-bat. He's extended it to a 10th pitch. Bunton doing a nice job working as a leadoff man here in the third. Another 3-2 from O'Connell. Chopped foul. And we'll do it again. Pitch number 11 in the at-bat. Here it is, inside. And an 11-pitch walk for Andy Bunton to lead things off here in the third. And he turns it over to the top of the order, Danny Sperling.
Exactly what you want out of the bottom of the lineup. The 9th place hitter grinding an at-bat out. It's what you like to see against the right-hander who's looked pretty good tonight, O'Connell. That's a grind right there, and a good job by Bunton.
O'Connell has hit a man, but that's his first walk of the evening. Bunton's 3rd on the summer. And now the leadoff hitter, Sperling, who was hit by a pitch, leading off the ball game.
No Caveman hitter really through the first time in the order, as now you flip the lineup card back over, was really able to square up the right-hander. There was a well-hit ball by Floyd to left field, but the error made by Parrish in left. And really, that's the only time the sweet spot of the lumber has been hit.
Sperling smokes that one through the right side. That would be the first hit for the Cavemen. Bunton going over to third. The throw from right is in time. Ian Hickman cuts down Bunton at third, and the first out of the third inning is made at third base. So now a double play ball can get O'Connell out of this inning, but he'll have to deal with Seth Alverson. Bunton taking a little bit of a chance there with no outs, trying to go to third.
Great throw, though. But you did mention it's a chance, but you give Hickman credit. He came up firing right there, and it was right on the money. The turf definitely helps with that nice bounce to the third baseman, but Shane, you mentioned you making that first out. You thought that Bunton would have been in there with any kind of single to right, but that ball was, as you mentioned, smoked, just as I was talking about how no one's really been able to square up the righty tonight.
And
oh, man.
Oh, there goes Sperling for second. Throw down by Stouse on the money. And Wade Stouse cuts down Danny Sperling for out number 2.
A couple of nice throws so far this inning for both outs, and O'Connell has to like his defensive effort. After a walk and a single, still nobody on base, but Andy has 2 outs.
And now he's 1 strike away from getting Halverson, and he'll do just that. Third strikeout for O'Connell. So after the leadoff walk, an out at third base, and then a caught stealing, then a strikeout. And we head to the bottom of the third, still no score. We head to the bottom of the third, 9-1-2 due up for the Falcons. Hoffman, Fay, and Swords. And the right-hander from the University of Missouri, Seth Halverson, has looked pretty good here in the first couple of innings. Had to work around a couple of walks to lead off the second. We've got a couple of strikeouts and a ground out, so no damage done as the Falcons stranded a couple. And he's back out there for the third, and we're guessing will be his last innings. We've seen action down there in the Cavemen bullpen.
Yeah, this right-hander's got a really special fastball coupled with a nice slider. And a bright future on the mound for this man.
Fastball in the low to mid-90s and a slider in the mid-80s. Throws a very hard, tight breaking ball. Doesn't break a whole lot, but he throws it hard. One-on-one count to the second baseman, Nick Hoffman. Hitting ninth for Josh Kiesel's Falcons this evening. And he swings through that one. Chase that one up and in for strike 2.
And the interesting thing about Halverson is his delivery is so smooth. It just comes out as a smooth low to mid-90s. And I don't want to say effortless, but his mechanics make it appear that way. It obviously isn't that way, but the way that he gets his foot down and just explodes through, it's really smooth. He doesn't have a lot of wasted energy, and that's why he gets a lot of velocity on his fastball.
Swing and a miss. Got him with a nice breaking ball and make that 5 strikeouts through 3 1/3. Make that 2 1/3 innings. That math thing is hard.
It's tough, man. I don't blame you.
So 2 1/3 so far for Alverson. 5 punch outs, 5 of his 7 outs.
Even more impressive.
Have come via the punch out. I mean, 5 strikeouts and 3 1/3 is impressive, but kind of shorten him a little bit. Andrew Fay, the leadoff hitter, one of those 5 strikeouts. He struck out swinging, leading off the bottom of the first. Here in a 2-0 count against Alverson. Still has yet to surrender a hit. Just a couple of walks, and that's been it.
And you wish you get to see Alverson keep working because he's been so electric tonight. One time through the order, already 5 strikeouts, sitting low to mid-90s.
A 4-pitch walk there to Fay, so he's on base. 3rd walk issued by Alverson.
Still, nobody's been able to square him up. Will Bradley goes and has a chat. We'll see if this is the end of the evening.
Hasn't made the move yet. Looks like it's just going to be a quick conference and maybe give his bullpen some time to. Looks like Connor McKenna's getting loose down there. Maybe give him a little more time to get loose, get him in a couple extra pitches. So a quick chat. Will Bradley heads back to the dugout, and Seth Alverson will be looking for a double play. Ben Sorge struck out looking back in the first. Alverson trying to work through 3 innings, so that's likely as far as he'll go. Ryan O'Connell's worked a couple of scoreless for 3 scoreless rather for the Falcons. And he hit him, so a walk and a hit by pitch. And Fay moves up to second. So the 4th Falcon to reach via a walk or a hit by pitch. And now a guy you don't want to face with runners on base, Wade Stouse.
It's a good point, already with 3 home runs, 8 runs batted in, 7 hits, over half of them for extra bases.
Falcons the only team in the league with multiple players with at least 3 home runs. As Gibson loses track of that one, it's right in front of him in the batter's box. Runners advance, so now a couple runners in scoring position. You want to work carefully with Stouse, but with Austin Schmidt on deck,
doesn't get
makes things a little more difficult.
Austin Schmidt leading the league in runs batted in. Wade Stouse with 3 home runs. Austin Schmidt with 3 home runs. As you mentioned, only team in the league, and you got to face them both right here. That's where you bear down as the right-hander. You've thrown a couple scoreless frames. 5 strikeouts, first time through the lineup. Second time through the lineup starts with a walk to the leadoff hitter, Andrew Fay, who's now on 3rd. And then a hit by pitch to old Ben Swords, who's at 2nd.
And that pitch gets away from Gibson, but not far enough for Fay to come across. Fay thought about it for a second, but Gibson found it just in time. So it was 5 straight balls to begin the inning, then a hit by pitch, and now 2 straight balls to Wade Stouse. The leash getting shorter and shorter for Seth Alverson. Working from the windup on 2-0. Here's the offering. That's hit in the shallow left. That's going to get down for a base hit. Swords rounds third. He's headed for home. The throw from left is not in time. 2 RBI base hit for Wade Stouse. RBIs number 9 and 10, and the Falcons lead at 2-0. And that's going to do it for Seth Alverson. We'll have a new arm for the Cavemen. 2 RBI base hit for Stouse. He's now at 10 RBIs on the summer. And the Falcons lead at 2-0. We'll tell you about the new Cavemen hurler right after this. You're watching CarShield Collegiate League TV. New arm for the Cavemen. It's the right-hander out of Truman State. Number 7, Connor McKenna. We just saw him a couple days ago. Worked a scoreless inning against the Eagles. This will be his 4th appearance, 6 in the 3rd inning so far, 10 strikeouts, 5 walks. And he'll work to Austin Schmidt to get his night started with a runner on first and 1 away after the 2 RBI knock by Wade Stouse. So a couple of strikes to get things started for McKenna to Austin Schmidt. McKenna, the 6'1", 185-pound sophomore, originally from Jefferson City, Missouri. 11 starts as a true freshman last year. Schmidt swings through that one, so a 3-pitch strikeout to begin the night for McKenna. So Austin Schmidt now 0 for 1. He walked his first time at the plate. A 3-pitch strikeout for McKenna right out of the bullpen. Through 27 innings for the Truman State Bulldogs. ERA just over 5 this spring. Center fielder Alex Hoff, who walked his last time up as well, facing Alverson, and that's grounded through the right side into right field for a base hit. Stouse up to second on the base hit by Hoff. He's 1 for 1. Second time he's reached base. We've seen him in the leadoff spot quite a bit, hitting 5th tonight for Josh Kiesel. So now runners on first and second. 2 away for Colin Parrish. So 2 1/3 work by Alverson. Struck out 5. Surrendered 3 free passes and a hit by pitch. Responsible for Stouse out there at second. That was the first hit of the ball game for the Falcons. The RBI base hit by Stouse. Alex Hoff picked up the second hit for the Falcons on that base hit to right field. So a couple of singles have runners on first and second with Colin Parrish at the plate in a 1-1 count against Connor McKenna. There's a strike in there. Connor McKenna coming in, throwing a lot of strikes. All you can really ask for when you bring in a reliever mid-inning, especially with runners on base. Now 1 strike away from stranding a couple of runners on base. 1-2. Swing and a miss. McKenna got him with the changeup and a couple of strikeouts. And McKenna strands a couple of runners on base. We head to the top of the 4th. A 2 RBI base hit by Wade Stouse, and the Falcons lead it 2-0 as we head to the 4th. A reminder of this inning brought to you by our friends at Interco. Interco has been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics, all that since 1996. They have a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility that they operate just on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. So if your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics in need of recycling, you can give our friends at Interco a call at 1-877-3601, or you can visit them on the web at itcscrap.com. 1-877-258-3601 or itcscrap.com is where you can find them. Interco Recycling, a Metaltronics recycler since 1996. To the top of the 4th we go. Ryan O'Connell back out there for his 4th inning of work. Ben Peterson just headed down to the Falcons bullpen. But it's Ryan O'Connell for now here in the 4th as he works against Luke Mann to lead things off. Mann, Schallenberger, and Kiffer 3, 4, and 5 for the Cavemen here in the top of the 4th. Ryan O'Connell, 3 scoreless innings so far. Working here in the 4th now with a 2-run lead after by Wade Stouse. RBIs number 9 and 10 for him on the summer. To the bottom of the 4th we go. Ian Hickman will lead things off for the Falcons. Bottom 3rd of the order, Hickman, Ohm, and Hoffman. Connor McKenna struck out a couple of hitters in the 3rd, stranded a couple runners on base, and now he's back out there for the 4th as he tries to hold this Falcons lead at 2-0. So the final line for Alverson, 2 1/3, just 1 hit, couple of runs, 5 strikeouts, and 3 walks. In line for the loss should the result hold. 0-1 to Hickman, swing and a miss. McKenna's had his good stuff working out of the bullpen. The 0-2. Chop to the left side. Man on one hop. Fires on the Schallenberger at first for out number 1.
Got to give a little shout out to somebody who's spent a lot of time in this press box, Mikey Cromer, who's been watching this evening, as we saw him drop a little chat in the live chat on YouTube. Wonderful pipes and public address announcer. As in the extended family, we know that Mike Cromer and Mikey, they both like watching a lot, and we hope they enjoy watching all summer long. And for those frenzy games, if you come on out, you'll hear his great voice.
There's a strike to Brandon Ohm, 1-1. What a great guy Mike is. Spent a lot of time with him this summer for those frenzy games. The voice of St. Charles, you can follow him on Twitter. Does a fine job on the microphone here at Carshield Field. In the past for the Rascals and now here for the Carshield Collegiate League. The 1-2 from McKenna, swing and a miss. Ohm will take first on the drop third strike as that ball scooted well away from Chase Gibson. Third strikeout for McKenna, but Ohm reaches first. He's now 0 for 2, but now he's on first.
Good job by Ohm, the Francis Howell High School graduate. Likely has a lot of local people coming out to watch him. You know, grew up around here, was at St. Charles Community College here in St. Charles County right now. Probably a lot of local friends and family coming and watching him this summer for the Falcons.
So now Nick Hoffman with the runner on first, hitting out of the 9 spot. 1 away here in the bottom of the 4th, 2-0. Falcons lead it. Both those runs coming on the Wade Stouse 2 RBI single. In the 3rd, that pitch misses inside to the Maryville Saint, Nick Hoffman. So a couple, it's a GLVC against GLVC right here. Truman State against Maryville. McKenna against Hoffman. The 1-1 up and in. Now a 2-2 count. McKenna looking for the strikeout or the double play. That's fouled back. On deck, the leadoff hitter, Andrew Fay.
You mentioned this matchup, GLVC, and we thought maybe this is something that we could have seen, but that was the final series of the year for the two teams right before that conference tournament. A lot of times held in Springfield, Missouri, but that was supposed to be on that May 1st, May 2nd weekend, so that was the first time they faced each other a couple times this summer, but that was the first time now you get to see that matchup as you didn't get to see it during the spring, which you likely could have, as McKenna logs a lot of innings. He did as an underclassman, getting a lot of starts for the Bulldogs.
And Fay rips that one into right center. Sperling into the gap, makes the catch. For out number 3, we head to the top of the 5th. A briskly played ball game so far. Falcons lead it 2-0. Ryan O'Connell back out there for inning number 5 as he works here into the 5th inning. He's tossed 4 scoreless so far. Just the one hit. He struck out 4. And he'll work to Caden Deal, or Zach Floyd rather, to lead things off. 7-8-9 for the Cavemen. Trying to get on the scoreboard and get that goose egg off the scoreboard. It's been 4 scoreless innings for O'Connell, and he's looked in command these first few innings.
Longest outing now of the summer. He went 4 the other day.
As Floyd rips that one into center, and that one is going to one hop over the wall for a ground rule leadoff double for Zach Floyd.
And second time today, he's put the bat to ball and got to second base. The first time he hit it hard to left field, but Parrish made the air on it. And this time, dead center with a nice piece of lumber. He's seeing the ball well against the right-hander O'Connell, who's working into the 5th for the first time this summer.
So now a runner in scoring position, and the Cavemen in business here to lead off the 5th inning. We've seen Ben Peterson getting loose down there for the Falcons. But O'Connell stays in there for now. Chase Gibson, first pitch swing, fouls that one out of play down the right field line. Gibson grounded out to first base for the final out of the 2nd inning. Now hitting with a runner on base. And he'll at least look to put a ball in play and move over Zach Floyd to 3rd. And he will do that on that ground ball to second base. So Chase Gibson does his job, moves the runner over to 3rd base with 1 away. Doesn't go in the books as a sacrifice, but it works as one. And now Andy Bunton with a runner on 3rd base with the infield back. Just about any ball in play will get a run in.
And he had a great at-bat last time at the plate.
First pitch swinging here, and he fouls that one. He chopped that one, but it bounced out of play. That's not something you see too often.
You don't see too often. He worked 11-pitch walk last time, Shane, but then got gunned down at 3rd base.
Fouled off 5 two-strike pitches and eventually worked a walk, and then was thrown out on the single to right field by Sperling. And that's hit into center field. Hoff was playing shallow. He retreats. And Floyd tags and will come in to score. Strong throw from center field, but it's too late. Sack fly for Andy Bunton. And that cuts the Falcons' lead in half to 2-1.
Another great
He's now 2 for 2. He's representing the tying run over at first base. Seth Alverson chops that one out to short. Strong throw over to first by Andrew Fay, and the speedy Alverson is out by a step. The Cavemen do get 1 run on the sacrifice fly by Andy Bunton. We head to the bottom of the 5th. New arm for the Cavemen. It's a left-hander, Josh Hoffman. He was very solid his last time out. Worked into the 6th inning, 5 1/3. Couple of runs and just 4 hits given up. Just a couple of walks. Did take the loss, though. He gave up a game-winning base hit to Hamilton Anderson in the loss against the Eagles back on Monday. But he comes in here in the 5th. His Cavemen trail at 2-1, a sac fly by Andy Bunton. And Ben Swords leads things off for the Falcons, 2-3-4 in the Falcons order. Shane Holsey, Will Connolly with you here on Car Shield Collegiate League TV. Thank you for joining us wherever and however you're watching. We greatly appreciate all the support you've been giving us throughout the whole summer. And we're now into the thick of the summer here on this July 17th, 2020.
Thick of it because that heat.
It's going to be hot the next few days and all next week as well.
It's not too bad tonight, though.
Those clouds and the rain really cooled things off.
We're projecting heat index nearing 100 earlier, but it is supposed to be basically very hot these next couple days, Shane.
So if you do come out to the ballpark, please drink lots of water, stay hydrated, stay in the shade if you can. Highs, actual temperatures the next couple of days are going to be up near 100. Heat indexes in the low to mid 100s. So if you do come out to the ballpark, stay cool as much as you can. And if you can't make it out to the ballpark, you want to stay in the air conditioning, we'll be right here on Car Show Collegiate League TV. We're off tomorrow, but back at it on Sunday for a couple of games as Ben Swords leads things off with a walk.
The thing with Hoffman is it was just Monday that he threw that 5 1/3, getting back out on the mound. The Southpaws look good, though, making his 5th appearance. He's thrown a lot of innings, already 11 this summer.
Threw 83 pitches in that ball game, and then 5 1/3. So he's back out there on 3 days rest and a double play ball out to second. They're going to need to turn it quick. Nice play by Bunton to Kiffer at short to get the lead runner. So 4-6 on the fielder's choice. Staus reaches first. And now the first baseman, Austin Schmidt. Schmidt 0 for 1, has reached base via the walk, also struck out. He was the first hitter Connor McKenna faced out of the bullpen. And he went down on 3 pitches. Staus on first with 1 away. Josh Hoffman, the new hurler for the Cavemen here in the 5th. And that's chopped out to short. Another double play ball. Kiffer to Bunton on to first. So another fielder's choice. And Schmidt trades places with Staus, 2 away. Bunton looked like he might have got his feet crossed up a little bit there at second base. Nice play by Kiffer to get it over to him to at least get the lead runner. Now 2 away for the new center fielder, Troy Bealsmith. Well, he missed it last inning, but Bealsmith came in center field for Alex Hoff, and then David Olenek came in left field for Colin Parrish. So Olenek gets his first plate appearance. Former St. Louis Patriot on deck in Olenek. Bill Smith, 5 for 11 on the summer so far with a home run, and he skies that one into center field. Schmidt was off with the pitch, but it won't matter as Zach Floyd puts it away for out number 3. We're through 5 here in the first game of this doubleheader. We send it to Will Connolly. He'll have the 6th and 7th for you. 2-1 Falcons through 5.
This inning's brought to you by Interco Recycling. Interco has been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics since 1996. The company operates a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. So if your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics to recycle, you can just call Interco Recycling at 1-877-258-3601 or on the web at www.itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling, an electronics recycler since 1996. The heart of the order due up to face the reliever now into the game. Ben Peterson has thrown 6 innings this summer, and both of the times prior were starts, making his first appearance out of the bullpen, trying to close this thing out. Probably throw these last couple innings for the Falcons, so they went with O'Connell, who successfully got through 5 innings, surrendering just 1 run to the Cavemen on 3 hits, and now that brings up Ben Peterson, the Mizzou right-hander, facing off against Luke Mann. A couple teammates going at it here. He gets the breaking ball over there for the first strike.
We always like these matchups of players that are teammates in college or were teammates on their summer ball teams, travel teams, or even in high school. Fun competition. It only gets amped up when you're facing somebody you know.
And another right-hander from Mizzou on the mound, the second one we've seen today. Seth Alverson started things off for the Cavemen. Through a couple innings, was getting up to 95 miles an hour, a former draft pick, and now another former draft pick and Mizzou right-hander Ben Peterson. The big 6'5 frame, also a Minnesota native, was selected in the 38th round by the Baltimore Orioles in 2019. This past spring was his freshman season at Mizzou. That ball's fouled back. Tossed 5 innings of 1 hit, no run ball over his next couple outings. He had a good streak and he showed a good stuff for Mizzou after having a shaky first outing against Jacksonville State, which ended up being the final 2 of the season with the shortened season. That pitch missed low. Fastball around 90 miles an hour. Was the 6th overall recruit and 3rd ranked right-handed pitcher in Minnesota for the class of 2019. And Luke Mann going at a 2-2 count as he rips this one to the right side, and what do you know, Luke Mann gets another base hit. Par for the course. Usually you can pencil him in for a couple. This man coming into the day, the hottest hitter in the league. 14 hits, now 15 hits on the season, hitting over 500 coming into this evening's contest. And now the tying run reaches with nobody on, more importantly for the Cavemen, who are 3-6-1 on the season, looking to turn things around. They got some big bats in the middle of the order. Another one's up, and Mark Schallenberger.
And you know you're swinging the bat well when you can go 2 for 4 in a ball game and your batting average goes down. That tells you how well you're swinging the bat right there. So even if Mann gets a base hit his next time up, his average at the start of the game, or his average at the end of the game, will be lower than it was at the start of the game.
Now the University of Evansville slugger, a great low ball hitter Schallenberger is, St. Louis Priory High School. Big, strong, athletic build, 6'2", 215. Started all 16 games in his shortened freshman campaign. That pitch is missed upstairs. Hit .241, had 4 doubles, 4 runs batted in, 3 runs scored. And the season ended, but just before it did, he got his first collegiate home run on March 8th, right before that shutdown. In the final game, he notched a couple hits against Indiana, so he was really starting to get things going for Evansville towards the end of that shutdown. and he picked it up, had himself a grand slam off the visitors' clubhouse earlier this summer here in a 2-2 count against the Mizzou right-hander. He holds up. The count runs full with the runner on first, Luke Mann, as the Cavemen here in the top of the sixth trail 2-1. Trying to muster up something against the Mizzou right-hander. They just trail by a run, that tying run on first base and Luke Mann. The middle of the order up, and Schallenberger draws the walk, so runners on first and second with nobody out. Connor Kiffer coming to the plate, looking to turn things around, over 2 with a couple strikeouts. Can redeem himself now, as it looks like prime opportunity here in the late innings for the Cavemen.
They sure could have used another one of those bombs from Schallenberger, but they'll take him getting on base. Now the go-ahead run.
Go-ahead run, and Mark Schallenberger on first as Kiffer takes the strike from the right-hander, Ben Peterson. Peterson has thrown 6 innings this summer, just has surrendered 3 hits, and has notched 8 strikeouts compared to just 3 walks in those 6 innings. A ball and a strike to Kiffer. Kiffer hitting .353 on the season with 6 hits on 17 at-bats, looking for a likely tie the ball game with Mann, the runner in scoring position. Nobody out here with runners on first and second. Takes that pitch for a strike, the 6-foot, 195-pound junior from Maple Valley, Washington. Started all 15 games at second base for SIUE, led the team in at-bats, was a mainstay in that lineup for Edwardsville. And he gets rung up for the 3rd time tonight. First 2 times swinging, goes down looking this time. As now Peterson will try to come up with a ground ball against Caden Deal. Deal has grounded out a couple times tonight. He's 0 for 2. So 1 out and 2 on as the Cavemen here in the second to last inning. Looking to make a rally, looking to make something of these first 2 runners reaching base against the University of Missouri right-hander. 0-1 the count against Caden Deal, the left fielder tonight. Thrown over to first for the 3rd out. So after a couple runners reach base, Peterson sets down 3 in a row and strands a couple runners. 2-1 ball game. Bottom of the 6th inning we go. David Olenek, Ian Hickman, and Brandon Olm here up due for the Falcons in the bottom of the sixth inning. Falcons have a 2-1 lead. They've only notched one hit, but they have a couple runs. Now facing off against new relief pitcher into the game, the right-hander, Ryan Foley, and a nifty play made there at first base by Schaumburger. They throw it around the horn for the first out. Couldn't introduce David Olenek to you as he's early in the count, gets the first out. Ian Hickman now comes to the plate. Ryan Foley leads the Cavemen with innings pitched, 11 1/3. This is his 5th appearance, 4th time he's come out of the bullpen. He's struck out 7 in his 11 1/3. And has a 3.7 ERA. Gets that pitch in for a strike against Ian Hickman. Foley, John Wood Community College is where he plays. Or was a freshman this past spring. He hails from O'Fallon, Missouri. This baseball field right in his backyard. And he's had some success on the mound this summer. Been a main relief pitcher for Will Bradley. Induces a ground ball right there, and Ian Hickman is retired for the second out. A couple of quick ones for the right-hander. Now that brings up Brandon Olm, the designated hitter.
That's his MO. Let him put the ball in play, let him put the ball on the ground, and get yourself a couple of quick outs.
So a couple of St. Charles County natives now square off. Brandon Olm, the 5'10", 190-pound Francis Howell High School graduate, appeared in a couple games this spring with St. Charles Community College. That pitch missed up and in. Against Foley, who, as you mentioned, lets them put the ball in play, and that's how you eat up innings. You become efficient. You have good enough stuff to let the hitters get themselves out, per se, and that's good stuff right there. A breaky ball notched for a strike, a ball and a strike with a couple outs. Hoots Cornbelters game after this one, about 20 minutes at the end of this game. You'll have the Hoots and the Cornbelters. That should be a good one. First round pick in 2017, Jake Berger making his debut with the Cornbelters. They got a couple prospects on that team. Tate Matheny as well, who was a 4th rounder. And Berger, not the only White Sox prospect in this league. He'll be facing off against one tonight, Chase Krogman. He's been playing outfield for Joe Lincoln this summer on the Hoots, hitting in the middle of the order. So White Sox fans likely to be tuned in, seeing a couple of their minor leaguers in this one. And Berger and Krogman, a swing and a miss there from Olm. And Foley works a nice 6th inning. We send it to the 7th. You're watching Car Show Collegiately TV. This inning is brought to you by Interco Recycling. Interco has been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics since 1996. The company operates a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. So if your company's got large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics to recycle, you can give them a call at 1-877-258-3601 or on the web at www.itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling, a Mellatronics recycler since 1996, as that pitch is fouled back. The right-hander for another inning of work for these Falcons, trying to close things out. Final chance for the Cavemen here in the top of the 7th, taken for a strike. Right there, 0-2 the count. To the catcher, Chase Gibson. The 0-2 offering from the Mizzou right-hander doesn't get the strikeout. A ball and 2 strikes. That ball is hit well to left field. It has a chance, and it will. We're all tied up. Chase Gibson with a bomb to left field, and the catcher with the home run to tie the game in the top of the 7th inning. We're all knotted up at 2.
He took advantage of a mistake right there. Peterson hung a breaking ball, and Gibson made him pay.
An 0-2 breaking ball hung up in the zone, and Chase Gibson, his 3rd hit of the season, goes for the big fly. We're tied at 2 here in the top of the 7th. Gibson's first extra base hit comes in the fashion of a game-tying home run in the final inning. Things getting interesting. Peterson gets the strikeout looking of Bunton. Bunton had that sacrifice fly in the 5th and had a great at-bat in the 3rd, but goes down on strikes there. After Chase Gibson nods things up here for the Cavemen in the top of the 7th, a game-tying home run. A 2-2 ball game. The Falcons have notched 2 runs. Those both came in the bottom of the 3rd. The Cavemen clawed back. They scratched 1 across in the top of the 5th and 1 here in the top of the 7th, tied at 2-2. The Falcons were trying to sneak away with a victory with just collecting 1 hit, but it didn't happen, as now we're knotted at 2-2. And Peterson will try to keep it there and give the Falcons a shot in the final frame. Danny Smerling, the right fielder. He's 2 for 2 with a couple singles. Also reached on the hit by pitch. Been on base 3 times tonight. That's what you like to see out of a leadoff hitter. 2 balls and a strike. Pitch taken high. Now 3-1 the count with 1 out and 1 run across in the fashion of a Chase Gibson home run. A swing and a miss, full count now to Smerling. McHenry County College had a .504 on base percentage with 28 runs scored, hit .375 and 96 at-bats last season. That's 36 hits in 32 games. Somebody you'd like to see at the top of the lineup. Just recently, this past season, had 7 games played. Hit .350 with an RBI, a stolen base, 4 runs scored. Been a big mainstay in the lineup for Will Bradley, and was at the collegiate level as well. The 6'2 infielder swinging it from the left side at the top of the order. The full count pitch. Fouled away. As O'Connell worked 5 innings. Just surrendered 1 run in his final inning of work. Then that brought up Peterson. Cavemen worked a clean 6th inning. That ball is hit to left field, and it's going to drop and go towards the bullpen. So a 1-out double for Sperling as that ball was lazily hit to left field, but it drops in front of the left fielder. Olenek didn't have a ton of time to get there as the ball was tailing towards the line. Nonetheless, a double, and now the go-ahead run in scoring position. Seth Alverson comes to the plate. 0 for 3 tonight with a couple strikeouts. Alverson started the game on the mound. His first pitch swinging as that ball's popped up. Schmidt, the first baseman, coming for it, but it lands in the Falcon dugout. Two-two ball game here in the final inning. Chase Gibson with the home run to lead off the top of the 7th. After it looked like Peterson was in a good position to put away the catcher, had him up 0-2 in the count. He drills a breaking ball to left field and pulls the game-tying home run. But if you guys like pitching, 20 minutes after the completion of this game, you will see it. Tyson James takes on Olenek on the mound for the Hoots. That's some pitching you like to see. We got the lineups in, and excuse me there. Tyson James pitching for the Cornbelters and Devin Turback on the mound for the Hoots. Turback's been the most impressive pitcher we've seen so far this summer. Struck out 10 hitters last time against the Gems. All scoreless frames, has yet to allow a run this season. The Western Kentucky Hilltopper commit out of Jeffco, the left-hander special, has great command of the strike zone. So if you guys like pitching, stay tuned. About 20 minutes after the completion of this game. Still looking for a winner in this one. Coming down to the wire, it was a nail-biter, and we are expecting to see that with Seth Alverson starting against Ryan O'Connell, 2 SEC arms. And the relievers have done well also here in a 2-2 ball game. But Luke Mann in position with 2 outs. Can he come through clutch? Pitch missed low. Luke Mann known for coming in the clutch for the Tigers. Had a lot of 2-out hits this season in his 10 starts. Can he get another run batted in here in a 3-0 count with 2 outs? Takes that pitch for a strike. 3 balls and a strike with 2 outs. Runner on second is that go-ahead run. Mann hits this one. It's up in the air. Bealsmith tracking over, but it's caught by Olenek and left. The Chase Gibson home run ties things up. Final shot, bottom of the 7th coming up for the Falcons. You're watching CarShield Collegiate League TV. We're tied at 2. Final shot here for the Falcons. 2-2 ball game. Last half, Chase Gibson knotted things up with a solo shot. Make things 2-2 as we head to the final frame here in the bottom of the seventh. 7-inning games here in the Car Shield Collegiate League. Foley starts things off with a breaking ball to the pinch hitter in the ballgame. His first at bat this summer, Cade Hull, the 5'11", 185-pound SLU high school graduate. He's a commit to Purdue. Another breaking ball from Foley, 0-2 the count. Former St. Louis gamer. A very good time for a right-handed hitter to first. 4-2-9, his home to first time. Purdue getting a speedy middle infielder. A swing and a miss as Foley goes to 3 straight benders to put away Hull swinging. That brings up Andrew Fay, the top of the order.
And coming into the game, you're expecting to see a fastball, and Foley drops 3 straight breaking balls on him. Has him out on his front foot on every one.
Foley looking good so far. He likes going to that breaking ball here in relief for the second inning of work from the right-hander from John Wood Community College. Fay takes that pitch for a strike. Talk about interesting matchups. And Fay was a two-way player at John Wood and Quincy. The right-hander at John Wood, 2 teammates last spring, know each other well. As Foley throws the breaking ball low, a ball and a strike with 1 out as Cade Hull, the pinch hitter, started things off striking out, swinging. After 3 straight breaking balls from the right-hander, the 1-1 pitch. It's taken low and in. Well, thank you for joining us here on Car Shield Collegiate League TV. We've got a doubleheader we're playing too tonight, as the Hoots and Cornbelters will come up 20 minutes after the conclusion of this game. In anticipation for the debut from first-round draft pick Jake Berger, but you're going to see some great pitching. Devin Turbeck, the Western Kentucky Hilltopper commit, been one of the most electric arms we've seen this summer. A lot of strikeouts, little walks against Tyson James. He's out of high school, commit to the University of Iowa. Throws a fastball in the low 90s. So 2 premier arms on the mound. We saw 2 SEC arms to start things off this evening with Seth Alverson and Ryan O'Connell, a Mizzou right-hander and an Alabama right-hander. Now you'll see a couple of big-time arms, big-time D1 arms, all in the Car Shield Collegiate League tonight. As Foley misses upstairs with that pitch, and he'll walk Fay. 2 teammates at John Wood, and he lets the potential game-winning run get on first base. Things getting interesting here in the final frame. A 2-2 ball game. The Falcons scored a couple runs in the bottom of the third, but the offense hasn't really been all that electric tonight. Just 1 hit, and they were leading 2-1 until last half. Chase Gibson, the catcher, hit a solo shot to tie things at 2. But can they somehow come across with just a couple hits? It's tie ball game. They're trying to get that runner at first to come around to score. They have 2 outs to work with as 1 down here in the final frame. That first pitch in there for a strike from the right-hander. Facing off against Ben Swords. A strikeout and then the walk to the shortstop. Fay brings up Ben Swords, the third baseman. The Falcons looking to get that 5th victory and push above 500. They're 4-4 on the season. That ball's grounded to the left side. 6-4, but not 3 as Swords was hustling down the line. He'll get to first with 2 outs.
And good thing he was hustling, because he didn't beat that out by very much. That's as close as it's going to get on first. Nicely dug out there by Schauenberger. At least giving the umpire a chance to call him out, but
yeah, Swords, middle of the order bat for Josh Kiesel, and you call him a big-time bat for Webster University as well. He started all 111 games during his 3 years at Webster University. He's a hit over 300 every single season. Here's someone who's hitting well, Wade Stouse. Got his 10th RBI back in the third inning. 10th RBI of the season. But that RBI single, the only hit tonight for the Falcons. Can Wade Stouse come up here in the final frame? A ball, no strikes, 2 outs as they put the shift on the slugger from Simo. Fouls this one back, a ball and a strike. That ball's hit to center, and it drops. Stouse with another knock, and Swords will go from first to third. That ball camped up in the air for a little bit. And Stouse with a couple knocks tonight. That brings up Austin Schmidt with a primetime RBI opportunity. He leads the league in runs batted in. Does he have another one here? 12 RBIs on the season. Hitting .375 coming into this matchup. Will Bradley wants to talk things over. 2 outs. Runners on the corners. The winning run 90 feet away as Austin Schmidt comes to the plate. Coming down to the wire here in the first game of the evening at CarShield Field.
These are the situations you dream about as a pitcher or a hitter. Game-winning run on third, 2 away. Foley trying to preserve the tie for the Cavemen, and Schmidt, if he can come up with a base hit here, can drive in the winning run. This is definitely the guy at the plate that Josh Kiesel wants.
And as you mentioned, Alex Hoff did indeed have the single in the third inning. So that was the third hit, as I mentioned prior. Just 1 hit tonight before Wade Stouse was at the plate. He had that hit, but also Alex Hoff notched a single. So that's the third hit of the night for the Falcons here in a 2-2 ball game in the bottom of the 7th. Schmidt, can he come through clutch? A 2-2 ball game. Looking for the walk-off here for the Falcons as Foley gets the first one in for a strike. The winning run is Ben Swords. He's 90 feet away as Foley comes set against Schmidt. Fouls this one away. Stouse was off running. Stouse really a non-factor.
It means absolutely nothing. Probably just trying to get into second to take away that force out at second base. So if a ground ball is hit to an infielder, if he's on second, the only option is to go to first. He's trying to get there, but now an 0-2 count, unless this next pitch is a ball, won't be able to do that.
A 2-2 ball game here in the bottom of the 7th. Falcons looking for the walk-off. A swing and a miss. Foley gets Schmidt swinging. And this ball game looks like we're headed to end this one in a tie. As the umpires are convening, we'll get a double check on you as the Falcons players are going back out there. So it seems like we have extra innings on our hands. As Ben Peterson goes out, we'll go 1 extra here in the CarShield Collegiate League. Wanted to double check as some coaches sometimes will end things because of the arms and the pitching situation, but it looks like we're going 1 extra. Ben Peterson back out there, 2-2 ball game. We send you to Shane Holsey. You're watching CarShield Collegiate League TV.
Free baseball as we head to the top of the 8th inning. First extra innings game we've seen so far this summer. Ryan Foley stranded the game-winning run on third base in the bottom of the 7th. And now the Cavemen will come to bat here in the top of the 8th. Schallenberger, Kiffer, and Deal, 4, 5, and 6. The Chase Gibson home run has us where we are now. It was 2-1 headed into the 7th, and Chase Gibson launched a solo home run over the bleachers in left field to tie the ball game. Foley tossed a scoreless 7th, and now we play here in the top of the 8th. That's chopped down the first base line. Easy play there for Austin Schmidt for out number 1. Schallenberger now 0 for 2, has reached base a couple of times. He's retired for out number 1. Now Connor Kiffer. We played 7 innings and right around 2 hours, so we head to the top of the 8th. Falcons have only had to go through a couple of arms, O'Connell and then Peterson. Peterson's still out there. O'Connell worked 5 innings, now Peterson in his 3rd inning. 0-2 count to Connor Kiffer. Trying to avoid the golden sombrero. He struck out 3 times. Peterson has struck out 3 so far. And as Kiffer skies that one into shallow center. Troy Bealsmith camps underneath it for the 2nd out. So 2 quick outs here in the 8th for Ben Peterson, as he'll try to turn things over to his offense and give him a chance to win it. In the bottom half, they'll have a chance either way, but Peterson trying to keep the game tied. We'll play just 1 inning of extra innings, and if no runs come across to score, we'll call it a draw. That's chopped foul by Caden Deal. 1 ball, 1 strike. Deal working on an 0 for 3. Six hits so far for the Cavemen, just 3 for the Falcons. And now a 2-2 count as Deal just got a piece of that. All knotted up at 2. It was a 1-2-3, top of the 8th for Ben Peterson. He turns things over to his offense. Falcons just need 1 run to win it. Troy Bealsmith will get things started. David Olenek and Ian Hickman to follow. 5, 6, 7 for the Falcons. Ryan Foley back out there for the Cavemen. Foley so far out of the bullpen has worked a couple of scoreless innings, 3 strikeouts, just 1 hit, 27 pitches the first couple of innings out of the bullpen. The 4th after the chopper back to the mound. Deal Smith now 0 for 2. Had his first at bat back in the 5th, flew out to center, and then the ground out right here.
You know, Beal Smith really wanted to reach first to go talk to his teammate for the Aces of Evansville, Schallenberger. But a good job by Foley to retire the first hitter as the Falcons looking for a walk-off.
Olenek had his first at bat leading off the 6th, popped out to first base. So 0 for 1 for him. Replaced Colin Parrish in left field back in the 5th inning. Former St. Louis Patriot standout, David Olenek. That pitch is up and in from Ryan Foley, 6'1", 195 pounds is Olenek. Out of Wildwood, Missouri. Currently at Western Illinois University up in Macomb. Division I in the Summit League. And he's hit by the pitch. That one just clipped him. And so Olenek is on base representing the potential winning run. And now Ian Hickman with 1 on and 1 away. Ryan Foley trying to work a double play ball. And do anything he can to strain that winning run on base. Ben Prywich is getting loose for the Cavemen down in their bullpen. So the Falcons looking to try to get back over 500. Coming in 4-4. Cavemen, best they can do is tie. It would be their second tie. And that pitch is looked at for strike 1 by Ian Hickman. 0 for 2, or 0 for 3 rather, a couple of ground outs and a strikeout. Trying to get off the schneid here in the bottom of the 8th. Olenek, the runner on first after the hit by pitch. And a double play ball here, 6-4. Not 3 as that gets away from Schauenberger, and now Hickman is caught in a rundown. Throw on to second, and that is the 3rd out. Wow. We are just about set for game 2 of this evening. This evening doubleheader was a 2-2 tie in game 1, and we have one heck of a pitching matchup in this ball game. Shane Holsey, Will Connolly with you here for game 2. Thank you for either sticking around or thanks for joining us here on Carshill Collegiate League TV, your home for baseball all summer long. Shane Holsey, Will Connolly, and Charlie Bornoff, as always, on the production, bringing you all the action this evening. It was a 2-2 tie in game 1. And we look to have another competitive matchup here in game 2. We'll take it through the starting lineup for the Cornbelters. Leading off will be the center fielder, Tate Matheny. The debut of Jake Berger. He hits second. He'll be at third base. Drew Mize hits third at short. Kyle Vance, designated hitter, hits fourth. Josh Cook behind the plate hits fifth. DJ Schmidt, the left fielder, hits sixth. Brett Pearson in right field hits seventh. Carter Mize at first base hits eighth. And Spencer Nivens rounds out the order in ninth, and they'll go to task against the stingy left-hander, Devin Turbrack, the Western Kentucky commit.
Because he's been electric so far this summer. Last time out against the Gems, 10 strikeouts. Nobody could touch this man all summer yet, as he's been electric. He commands the strike zone with 3 pitches, so it's fun to watch tonight. And he's squaring off against the Iowa commit, Tyson James. We got a pitching treat for us tonight, it seems like.
Couple of Division I arms squaring off here in game 2. It'll be a couple of minor league prospects to lead things off for the Cornbelters. Tate Matheny will lead things off against Devin Turbrack. Matheny, Berger, and Drew Mize will get things started. Beautiful evening for baseball. We had some rain, kind of cooled things off. It was up in the 90s this afternoon, but beautiful night for baseball. And the first pitch from Turbrack is outside. We're underway here from game 2. It was a 2-2 tie between the Falcons and the Cavemen. They played an extra frame. No runs scored, so a 2-2 tie. And now ready for game 2 as Matheny looks at ball 2, 2-0. Turbrack just 2 walks to 16 strikeouts so far. 10 strikeouts his last time out against the Gems, as that's fouled straight back.
And the way he was able to command 3 pitches on the mound is why he got those strikeouts. He was able to work both sides of the plate. He was very efficient. He loves coming inside.
Tate Matheny in a 2-1 count, and he pops that one into center. Chase Krogman, another Chicago White Sox minor leaguer, puts that one away for out number 1. And here he is, the former first-round draft pick of the Chicago White Sox back in 2017, the 11th overall selection in that draft. The third baseman, Jake Berger. Much anticipated debut for him, making his debut for Joey Hawkins Cornbelters here this evening. And he's had a long road back. This is his first game action he's seen in 3 years. He's had to fight through some injuries, tore his Achilles a couple of times, and he's finally getting some game action once again here in the Carshill Collegiate League.
It's so great to see the first-round draft pick absolutely tore it up at Missouri State.
And he laces that one into right field, so a good start for Mr. Berger. He's 1 for 1 with a solid base hit to right field.
Has a big-time bat, as you mentioned. You don't go early in the first round without it. And making a debut, I mean, getting the approval from the White Sox, a couple White Sox prospects here. The White Sox fans want to see him and see him succeed. Of being a first-rounder, you got high expectations to be a big-time big leaguer. And that's definitely something he has big-time potential to do. The way we saw him swing the bat at Missouri State, if you look at his numbers off the charts, 20-plus home runs there, you know he has the pop. It's just been a couple injuries, and it's great to see him back on the field first at-bat since 2017.
Great to see him get a base hit in his first at-bat, get the juices flowing a little bit. First time he's seen live pitching, at least in a game setting, for a few years, and he ropes us. You wouldn't be able to tell it by that swing, a solid base hit to right field.
It's been great to see him staying in shape and refining his craft during this time, a really tough time for a lot of guys in minor league baseball, as the cancellation of those seasons, and as a lot of guys, even great prospects, are left off that roster for the major leagues, and this is a guy that you're likely going to see in the major leagues.
A strikeout there for Turbrack. He gets Mize looking for out number 2. And we've seen there's some White Sox gear scattered throughout the ballpark tonight. Some of the White Sox fans coming out and supporting their former first-round draft pick back in 2017. Mr. Jake Berger, he's on first with 2 away for Kyle Vance. First pitch swinging, he fouls that one out of play. So Berger on first after the base hit with 1 away off Devin Turbrack. And now Kyle Vance, who's had a strong start to the summer, 7 for 19. Couple of doubles, and he's driven in 6 runs. Walked 5 times, only struck out twice. Out of Tiffin University, formerly of Holt High School in Wentzville. He's in an 0-2 count against the strike thrower Devin Turbrack. Berger short lead off first, the 0-2. Hit out to short. Nick Neville on a hop. 1 hop throw over to first is in time. So Berger is stranded on first after the base hit. We head to the bottom of the first. Tyson James takes the mound. Right for this here on Carsfield Collegiate League TV. So a scoreless top of the first. Turbrack works around the Berger base hit. And they'll take it through the Hoots lineup. Evan Martin leads things off. Nick Neville hits second. Andrew Keck hits third. Chase Krogman hits fourth. Matt Dunham hits fifth. Jimmy Young hits sixth. Dominic Cusimano hits seventh. Tyler Bastunas hits eighth. And Ty Staus, a designated hitter, hits ninth. Evan Martin will lead things off against the big, hard-throwing right-hander out of Webster Groves High School, the Iowa commit, Tyson James. And Evan Martin, first pitch swinging, fouls that one back. 6'4", 230 pounds, the big right-hander. Will be taking his talents to the University of Iowa to play for the Hawkeyes. 78 strikeouts and 46 innings as a junior last spring, a 1.22 earned run average. Ranked as the 16th best player in Missouri. A 1-run to Evan Martin. Swinging a foul tip into the catcher's glove. Take around the horn for the Cornbelters. Schmidt in left field, Matheny in center, Pearson in right, Berger at third, Drew Mize at short, Spencer Nivens at second, Carter Mize at first, and Josh Cook behind the plate catching Tyson James. And a strikeout to begin the ball game for James. He froze him on the fastball on the outside corner.
And it's crucial for James to get off to a good start. In his first couple starts, we've seen the stuff. We've seen him settle in, and especially it's been after that first inning. Those first innings getting settled in nicely, and he could have himself a good night on the mound. We saw the first couple times if you get in some trouble and then he settled in, and that stuff plays with a nice fastball in the low 90s.
Will top out around 95 miles an hour, be consistently right around 90. He's worked 6 innings so far, started a couple of games. Just a couple of earned runs given up in 6 innings of work. 0-1 to Nick Neville. A couple of SIU Salukis at the top of this Hoots lineup. Will be roommates at SIU Carbondale, Martin and Neville.
1-2 punch. You got living together. We saw a pretty cool moment last time the Hoots played. Neville hit that 2-run shot, and the home run drove in his roommate. Living together with Martin now and will this fall as well.
There's a strike from James, now 3-2. That was one of the cooler moments we've seen so far. We got a message from Nick Neville's mom after that home run. Says she was in tears watching Neville hit that home run.
And he's a great story of persistence, and we've seen persistence tonight. You talk about Jake Berger battling through multiple injuries.
There's a swing and a miss, couple of strikeouts to begin the evening for James.
And Neville's the same way. He's gone from school to school and state to state. 10 different states in just a handful of years. He's a great player, and SIU lucky to have him in the infield.
Absolutely. He's bounced around state to state, but like you mentioned, SIU lucky to have him.
11 states he's lived in just the past decade.
And heads up over there in the dugout. That missed. I think that was Ty Stouse was one of the players over there that pitch almost hit.
Everybody had to say, look out.
Oh, goodness. I think that was Jamie Young that ducked out of the way down there. Heads up again.
That one goes towards the seats. When you're fouling those off towards the right side, it means you're a little tardy. Tyson James seems to be bringing it tonight, and he's had a good start to the night with a couple strikeouts.
Looking for another one here. The 0-2 to Andrew Keck in the dirt.
And I like to see it when hard-throwing right-handers, any hard-throwing pitcher will climb the ladder. A lot of times throwing that high fastball is the best way to get a guy.
The 1-2. Inside, ball 2. Just a bit inside as Josh Cook tried to bring that one back over the inside corner. Count goes even to Keck. Swing and a miss. James strikes out the side as Cook tosses it on to first. A scoreless first inning for both starters. We head to the top of the second. No score here on Car Show Collegiate League TV. Reminder, this inning is brought to you by our friends at Interco Recycling. They've been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics since 1996. They operate a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility just on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. So if your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics in need of recycling, you can give Interco Recycling a call at 1-877-258-3601. They'll handle it all for you, or you can head to itcscrap.com and find them there as well. 1-877-258-3601 or itcscrap.com. Either way, you can reach them. Interco Recycling, a Metaltronics recycler since 1996. Josh Cook will get things started in the second for the Cornbelters. Jake Berger reached base via the base knock, but it was a strikeout and a ground out by Drew Mize and Kyle Vance, and now the number 5 hitter, Josh Cook, pops that one foul down the right field line, and that'll get down for strike one. It'll be Cook, Schmidt, and Pearson to get things started against the strike-throwing lefty, Devin Turbrack, headed to the Western Kentucky University. Josh Cook on the summer so far, 5 for 20. Cracked a home run, has driven in 3. Check swing for strike 2. A double mixed in there, scored a couple of runs, walked 3 times, has been hit by a couple of pitches. 0-2 count against Devin Turbrack. Here it comes. Outside, ball 1.
Tried to go to that breaking ball, just tried to nip the corner there just a little bit outside.
Just a bit off the outside corner. And now it's 1-2. And that's pop foul once again. Dunham over, makes the catch near the wall. Wow. Heck of a play there by Matt Dunham.
Look at the range from the first baseman.
I don't think you could see that on our stream, but nonetheless, a great catch by Matt Dunham near the short wall down the right field line.
Yeah, too bad they missed it here with the camera angle, but that was incredible as he goes ramming into the outfield wall out there to make that catch for the first out.
And now the left fielder, DJ Schmidt. And the Missouri Baptist Spartan looks at a strike, 0-1.
And that was indeed a P3.
A Kiesel, as we like to call him. That's fouled away.
As we had P3, director of remote pitching on to start last game. He came on and chatted with us in the top of the first when the Falcons took the mound, and they do a great job at developing pitchers. You see in a couple of arms tonight, speaking of pitching as well.
Premier pitching performance. As DJ Schmidt goes down swinging. Third strikeout for Turbrack. Second, rather.
And that was a pitch. That was where you see a guy almost tardy on a breaking ball, and that's because it was almost impossible to recognize that it was a breaking ball until the last second. That had some late break on it, and that's why this lefty is so special, because he can tunnel all 3 pitches in the zone for strikes, doesn't walk many hitters, and gets ahead.
Brett Pearson, first pitch swinging. Over to third, Tyler Bastunas fires on to Matt Dunham. And a 1-2-3, top half of the second, a quick inning for Devin Turbrack. Tyson James heads back out for the second. No score here on CarShield Collegiate League TV. Josh Cook fires it down to second base. We're just about ready for the bottom of the second inning. It was a 1-2-3. Bottom of the first for Tyson James. He struck out the side in order. One looking, a couple of strikeouts looking. And in the early innings, both these pitchers living up to the hype. No score here in the bottom of the second. Chase Krogman will lead things up. Matt Dunham and Jamie Young to follow. First pitch swinging, Krogman lifts that one into deep left. DJ Schmidt back near the track and makes the catch. One pitch, one out. And you know, Mr. James loves the strikeouts, but he'll take a one pitch out to begin the inning any day of the week.
You like to see the flair from James. After the first inning, strikes out the side, says, let's go. He shows his emotion, and you like to see pitchers pitch with that emotion. And James is someone who does that and rides that wave and does a nice job.
One pitch, one out here in the bottom of the second. James has retired the first four he's seen. And now a strike to Matt Dunham.
Dunham making a heck of a play last half inning.
In foul territory, ranging near that short wall on the right field line, nearly falling into the stands. Made a nice catch. They look to get things going here on the offensive end, just 3 for 20 on the summer.
They're putting the healthy shift here on the left-handed hitting slugger, too.
Second baseman Nivens up in short right field. The 1-2, just a bit outside. And the shortstop, Drew Mize, just to the left of second base. Jake Berger well off the line at third. The 2-2. In there, called, third strike. 5 batters, 4 strikeouts for Tyson James. He looks solid.
He's dotting up, and his confidence, this is the most confident I've seen him throw. He's going out there showing some emotion. He's dotting up both sides of the plate. And once he gets to 2 strikes, he's almost impossible to hit, it seems like. And tonight, he's getting ahead and getting to 2 strikes, and that's why you see that already with 4. Hoping the Iowa commit can keep it rolling.
Strikeout numbers not quite where you would expect coming into play tonight. Just 4 strikeouts in 6 innings, but he's already got 4 of them in an inning and 2/3 here tonight. And that's popped into foul territory. Josh Cook tracks it and puts it away. 6 up, 6 down for Tyson James. We're through 2. We send it over to Will Connerly. He'll take you through the middle innings here on Carshield Collegiate League TV. No score.
This inning is brought to you by Interco Recycling. They've been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics since 1996. The company operates a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. So if your company's got large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics to recycle, call Interco Recycling at 1-877-258-3601 or on the web at www.itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling, a Mellatronics recycler since 1996. Carter Mize, Spencer Nivens, and then back to the top of the order, Tate Matheny here in the top of the third. And, hasn't Devin Turback looked sharp tonight, Shane? We've seen a couple of stellar pitching performances here through the first 2 innings from Turback and Tyson James. It's lived up to the hype that we alluded to prior to this matchup, scoreless through 2. Here top.
Has it ever. Both these starters as good as advertised during the first couple of innings. A lot of swings and misses, a lot of soft contact. It's been a treat here these first couple of innings.
2 of the more electric arms you'll see here in the Carshield Collegiate League battling off at it tonight. It was Carter Mize in a 0-2 count. Carter Mize, 6'2", 200, started all 19 games this past spring for Missouri Baptist. Hit .242 with a home run. The 0-2 pitch, just swing and a miss. Turback with another strikeout as they throw it around the horn. His third strikeout of the evening. We saw him with 10 strikeouts the other night to just one walk. His command of the strike zone is the most impressive thing you'll see out of the southpaw because he has 3 pitches he can drop in there. He loves going to that breaking ball and can throw it in any count. Definitely his best pitch, but when you can couple that with a spotted fastball, it's devastating for a lot of these hitters, especially the left-handed hitters. Another lefty in the box who falls behind in an 0-1 count, Spencer Nivens.
And one of the marks of a good pitcher is if you can get strikeouts on pitches in the strike zone. A lot of guys have to go outside the strike zone with the breaking stuff with a high fastball to get swings and misses. Turbrack doesn't have to do that. His stuff is so good.
Cusimano throws it over to Dunham, and Nivens grounds out. A couple quick outs for the left-hander. Now back to the top of the order. Tate Matheny flew out to center field last time at the plate.
A lot easier said than done when you're facing a couple of minor leaguers at the top of the lineup, but Turbrack has the stuff to compete, that's for sure.
So Tate Matheny, the center fielder, here back at the top of the lineup. As Turbrack has faced the order once. The left-hander just has allowed one base runner to reach. One time through the order, that was Jake Berger, the third baseman. Hadn't had game action since 2017. First at bat, rips a single to right field. He stands on deck now, but it's a 1-1 count to Tate Matheny. Off of the strike-throwing left-hander. Taking his talents to the Hilltoppers of Western Kentucky, that pitch up and away. 2 balls and a strike. Tate Matheny was a 4th-round selection by the Red Sox in the 2015 MLB draft. He grounds this one to the left side. Neville gathers it, throws it over to Dunham, and a clean 1-2-3 inning for Turbrack. He keeps mowing through these hitters in the Car Shield Collegiate League. No score. We send it to the bottom of the 3rd. Dominic Cusimano, Tyler Bastunas, and Ty Stouse. 7-8-9 due up for the Hoots. Tyson James, a couple clean innings of work. He's done 6 up, 6 down, and the hard-throwing Iowa commit will face 7-8-9, starting with Dominic Cusimano here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. No score, as we've seen tremendous pitching tonight. We'll see if Tyson James can't thicken that plot. Has 4 strikeouts through 2 innings of work. 3 times he gets guys on the fastball, and first pitch swinging is Dominic Cusimano. Grounds out to Nivens, and they throw it around the horn for the first out. 1 pitch, 1 out for Mr. Tyson James.
Boy, these 2 hurlers are putting on a clinic right now.
Tyson James, we mentioned that best pitch is that heavy 90, and that's typically how he'll retire hitters. James gets that one over for strike one. He seems locked in tonight, facing off against Tyler Bastunas. Bastunas at SIUE, now down in an 0-2 count against Tyson James. The big 6'4" right-hander, the 0-2 pitch. It's grounded away to the screen and foul. The Webster Groves High School right-hander was rated the 16th best player in Missouri by Perfect Game. He tries to go low with the breaking ball, had a 1.22 earned run average his junior season. A 3-time honor roll and scholar athlete at Webster Groves High School. Taking his talents to Iowa. The best we've seen him so far in the Car Shield Collegiate League. He has another one as they throw it around the horn. 5 strikeouts tonight for the right-hander. Getting another one on that high fastball.
He is shoving.
Both pitchers mowing right through their respective lineups as the 9-hitter Ty Stouse comes up here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. 8 up, 8 down for the right-hander.
Well, James' confidence on the mound right now is just at another level.
It's the most confident we've seen him here in his 3rd start this summer. And coming into today, he had 6 innings pitched. A couple games started. Had a 2.33 earned run average, just allowed a couple earned runs in those 6 innings. But his confidence, his emotion on the mound has been present. But that confidence can breed excellence a lot of the time for pitchers. You know how much of a mental game it can be. And you think about it with Tyson James, a lot of the time his mentality can be race to 2 strikes because once he gets 2 strikes on a guy, it seems like they don't have a chance. He has 2 strikes here. We'll see if that story holds true against the SEMO commit, Ty Stouse. 0-2 the count and the delivery. That's a broken bat hit towards the left side. DJ Schmidt running to catch that one. 9 up, 9 down for Tyson James. We send it to the 4th. You're watching Car Shield Collegiate League TV. Jake Berger, Drew Mize, and Kyle Vance square off against the left-hander Devin Turback. And it's been tough to square anything up. He's just surrendered 1 single. It was to this guy at the plate, Jake Berger. His first game action since 2017. He rifled a single to the right side. The 24-year-old steps into the box. First-round draft pick in 2017. Takes that first pitch for a strike. You got power on power right now. Devin Turback has been stingy on the mound. Great command, strikes out a ton, ahead 0-1 to Jake Berger, the White Sox prospect. That pitch missed inside, a ball and a strike. Berger hit .328 at Missouri State with 22 home runs, was the 11th overall pick in 2017. And the 1-1 pitch. That's grounded to the shortstop, Neville, who carries it over to first in a good fire as Dunham makes a good stretch to retire Berger. Nifty play by Neville as he fired it across the diamond for the first out.
One thing you'll notice from Neville out there at shortstop, a lot of shortstops will kind of drop to more of a 3/4 arm slot. Neville fires it straight over the top, a little bit unusual, but it works for him. He has a very, very strong arm. A bit unusual arm slot for a shortstop, but hey, he gets the job done.
Turback misses the first offering to Drew Mize. And that storyline tonight, it's been all about Jake Berger most of the time coming into this matchup. He's 1 for 2, has the lone hit off of the superstar left-hander, it seems like, so far this summer, Devin Turback.
He's been the only hitter to reach base for either team this game. Both these pitchers on top of their games, living up to expectations.
And it's great to see Jake Berger back in action. That left Achilles tendon tore it a couple times, missing the past couple seasons after being drafted in 2017. And a swing and a miss as Turback climbs the ladder. And you guys are in for a pitching clinic tonight as there's 2 away for Kyle Vance.
Take notes. 1 base runner. Here were 2 outs in the top of the 4th.
So Kyle Vance coming to the plate. That breaking ball nips the strike zone. 0-1 the count. Getting ahead with the breaking ball. Just 1 base runner to reach tonight. That was on a Jake Berger single, his first at bat. As it's fouled back to the screen. 0-2 the count. That's going to be a hit, maybe extra bases. Kyle Vance drills it to the right field gap and will have himself a double, a 2-out double. Can the Cornbelters scratch anything across Turback as Josh Cook comes to the plate?
Well, that's Vance's power alley right there, right center. All throughout high school and all throughout his college career, that's been his spot to drive the baseball the other way. And on a 2-strike count, just puts a good swing on a ball, and that's a second hit for the Cornbelters. Both opposite field hits. That's what you have to do against a guy who's throwing a lot of strikes like this and commanding the strike zone so well. Work the ball up the middle the other way.
The 0-1, the first offering is taken for a strike. 0-1 the count. You can almost pencil in 0-1 as I got ahead of myself with Turback getting ahead so much in the count. As the lefty comes set with the runner on second, Kyle Vance. Had a 2-out double to the gap. That brings up Josh Cook.
And out of 14 hitters faced, 11 first pitch strikes for Turback.
Gets a swing and a miss there. A ball and 2 strikes with 2 outs, trying to strand the 2-out double against the Winfield High School graduated Missouri Baptist catcher. Played 12 games at St. Charles Community College this past spring. Hit .294. He hits this one up the middle. Neville, sure-handed at short, fires it over to first to Dunham, and Turback strands the 2-out double. Through 4 scoreless innings, Turback, they send it over to the bottom of the 4th inning. No score. This inning brought to you by Code Ninjas O'Fallon. They're located on the Deerberg Shopping Center at Deer Creek Crossing. You can go to 2955 Highway K in O'Fallon. That's right at the intersection of Highway K and N. Kids ages 7 to 14, they're going to learn how to code. They'll build small video games with the help of their wonderful sensei instructors. They start at white belt, go all the way to black belt, and you can go in there today for a free 30-minute session. Call 636-851-9634. Kids have fun. Parents see results. That's Code Ninjas O'Fallon. Tyson James back out for another inning of work here in the bottom of the fourth. And hitters have had nothing against Tyson James the first time through the lineup. 9 up, 9 down. So the top of the order due up. Evan Martin, Nick Neville, and Andrew Keck here to start off the bottom of the fourth inning as they throw it down. Tyson James, who originally committed to SEMO, he backpedaled from that. Other schools like Missouri State were interested in the hard-throwing right-hander, but ultimately committed to Iowa, where he's taking his talents from Webster Groves High School to Iowa. And tonight he's been impressive. The bunt offering from Evan Martin goes foul. 0-1 is the count. Evan Martin at SIUC. Went to Parkway South High School. Was one of the top freshman hitters in the country this past spring. Named a freshman All-American by Collegiate Baseball in 12 games, hit .429. Rated the number 10 freshman hitter in the nation by D1 Baseball. Had a home run, a double, 7 runs scored, has a ton of speed, and his ability to hit the ball the other way has been really impressive at the top of the order. He can go to all fields. So try to battle here with a ball and 2 strikes against Tyson James. A swing and a miss. Tyson James notches another strikeout as Josh Cook throws it around the horn. 10 up, 10 down for the right-hander who is locked in tonight.
Make that 6 strikeouts and 10 batters he's faced. Not a bad percentage, 60%. You're striking out 60% of the batters you're facing. You're doing something right.
And you're getting all of them out. 10 up, 10 down. Tyson James has looked good tonight. That first offering is popped up by Neville. Berger at third is under it, and he'll catch it for the second out.
And when he's not getting the strikeouts, he's getting outs early in the count.
That helps you stay in the game. There is a little action down in that Cornbelter bullpen. We don't know how long Joey Hawkins plans to extend the right-hander tonight, but it'd probably be tough to pull him if you were James. Say, Coach, I go through 4 innings and nobody's touched me, but likely you see James continue to go, but just a little action as they do keep an eye on these pitchers' pitch counts no matter what, just because getting back into competition, just his 3rd start here this summer. Had a couple starts with a select team before this one, but really still being cautious with the powerful right arm. A ton of projections for this right arm. He has a bright future. There's a freshman, incoming freshman at Iowa this coming fall, is locked in tonight at 0-2 the count. To Andrew Keck, the former Vianney standout and SEMO catcher, was hitting .400 this past spring. And he can hit velocity. Took the Reds' hard-throwing lefty the other way for a home run the other day. And he's hit this one well. Does he have another one? He does. And the first base runner to do anything against Tyson James touches them all. Andrew Keck with his 2nd home run this season. We talked about velocity. He took Damian Henderson deep the other day. He takes the hard-throwing right-hander Tyson James deep, and he goes the other way both times. Good power to the opposite field for Andrew Keck. 1-0 Hoots.
And just like that, right as you were talking about it, takes the hard fastball the other way, just puts a good swing on it, drives it to the opposite field, almost a mirror image of his first home run.
Now Chase Krogman, the White Sox prospect, comes to the plate, hitting cleanup. And like Shay mentioned, a mirror image as he turned around mid-90s the other day from the left side right into that right field bullpen off of Damian Henderson. who was signed by the Reds after flashing 94-96 from the left side just over a week and a half ago. 0-2 is the count to Chase Krogman. James delivers. They try to go to the breaking stuff low, missed, a ball and 2 strikes. To the White Sox draft pick, Chase Krogman. White Sox fans can tune in, and we've seen a couple around the ballpark. Looking forward to a couple guys who could potentially play a big role in their future as that ball is grounded up the middle. Mize fires it across the diamond to his brother. Drew Mize to Carter Mize, the old 6-3 to end the 4th. 1-0 Hoots after the bomb from Andrew Keck. We send it to the 5th. You're watching Carcio Collegiate League TV. This inning's brought to you by Interco Recycling. Interco's been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics since 1996. The company operates a 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. So if your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics to recycle, call Interco Recycling, 1-877-258-3601, or on the web at www.itcscrap.com. Interco Recycling, a Mellotronics recycler since 1996. Devin Turback back out for another inning here for the 5th. First pitch swinging, DJ Schmidt. And Bastunas catches that one for the first out as Turback is looking good tonight. He's getting early outs, and that promotes him to stay in the ballgame much longer as there's no action in the Hoots bullpen. Devin Turback looking good tonight. He just went 4 scoreless innings his first 2 times on the mound. Coming into tonight, 16 strikeouts to just 2 walks in those 8 innings. And he drives the breaking ball in there for a strike against Brett Pearson. Oh, 1 the count after Turback gets ahead with the breaking ball. And he gets another strike in there on the inside corner, 0-2 the count. 1-0 ball game as Andrew Keck hit an opposite field shot. His second home run of the season as Turback has thrown 4 scoreless innings working here in the top of the 5th with a 1-0 lead now. Tries to go low with the breaking ball. It gets to the backstop, a ball and 2 strikes facing off against the right fielder Brett Pearson. The 1-2 pitch. Right back up the middle. Neville comes over to get it and throws it over to Dunham. Neville has been flashing the leather tonight. A lot of ground balls to the shortstop as they throw it around the horn for the second out. Good defense up the middle for the SIUC ball player. As Carter Mize comes to the plate. Mize, Missouri Baptist starter. And he was starting all last summer in the Metro League, won the MVP for the St. Louis Metro League. Here in the Carcio Collegiate League playing for Joey Hawkins Cornbelters, who are 4-4-1 this season as Turback gets another first pitch strike in there. Only a couple base runners have reached tonight for the Cornbelters. It was a single by Jake Berger and then a double by Kyle Vance. He got in scoring position, but the Cornbelters couldn't come through in the 4th. 4 shutout innings, and he's trying to make it 5. He's a strike away. And the 0-2 offering to Mize. Foul back. Mize struck out swinging as Turbach got him with a breaking ball last time at the plate. That breaking ball's been electric tonight. He's been in command. He's really only needed the breaking ball and the fastball. He's featured a couple of changeups. But to these left-handers, he likes to go to the breaking ball. 0-2 the count. That ball fouled away to the right side. Mize staying alive. Spencer Nivens is on deck if Mize can extend this inning. And as mentioned, no action in the Hoots bullpen as Turbach has been efficient tonight. Not too many pitches thrown from the southpaw. And he's a strike away from going 5 shutout. That ball's fouled as it hit off Mize when he was in the batter's box. Carter Mize, 6'2", 200. Hit .242 with a home run, a couple doubles, and 9 runs batted in. This spring for Missouri Baptist, Turbach's pitch. As Mize grounds it to the left side, but it can't be fielded by Dunham. And so Mize will reach on the air by the first baseman to extend the inning to Spencer Nivens. Spencer Nivens comes up. He flew out to center field last time at the plate. Just the 3rd base runner to reach tonight against the left-hander who's thrown 4 shutout innings. Already has 2 outs here. He got him quickly in the top of the 5th in a 1-0 ball game. He's only surrendered 2 hits tonight. To go along with 4 strikeouts, no walks. From either pitcher tonight, they've both been in command as that pitch is up and away for ball 1 to Spencer Nivens. Spencer Nivens, a Rockbridge High School graduate. Very quick, offers a lot of speed at the bottom of the order for Joey Hawkins, and he hits this one to the left side but out of play. You mentioned that speed, anything in the gap for Nivens, likely a triple. A 6'6" in the 60-yard dash, a Missouri State University signee. Stands at 5'11", weighs 170 pounds, and he made that game-saving play about a week ago. Has very good glove, and you mentioned that speed definitely helps with his range at shortstop. Tonight playing second base, the middle infielder from Rockbridge, taking his talents to Missouri State. A ball and a strike, and the pitch missed low as Turbach and Andrew Keck have been working well tonight. And Keck, the catcher, helped out his pitcher. Last half inning in the bottom of the 4th, Keck hit a solo shot to give the Hoots a 1-0 lead. The Hoots' first hit of the evening came, and it was worth it. A swing and a miss there from Nivens as it notched a run off of Tyson James. The only hitter to do anything against the right-hander who's been tremendous tonight. There was action in the Cornbelter bullpen, so we'll see if his night was through or not. As Turbach working in the 5th, his longest outing so far this summer. That single gets up the middle. It scoots past Turbach's glove as the left-hander jumped up to get it. And it scooted all the way to the outfield, up the middle single. So runners on first and second, and we'll flip things back to the top of the lineup. Tate Matheny now due up. Runners on first and second, 2 on and 2 away. A swing and a miss on the first offering from Turbach by Tate Matheny. Tate Matheny, a Missouri State standout, just like the guy on deck, Jake Berger. They both tore it up. Matheny a 4th rounder, Berger a 1st rounder there. A good 1-2 punch for Joey Hawkins at the top of the order. So he fouls that one away. Matheny, 3 years at Missouri State. His first year hit .336. His second year hit .330. Hit .291 his third year to ultimately get drafted in 2015 in the 4th round as he takes that pitch for a ball and 2 strikes with 2 outs and 2 runners on. In that year he got drafted, had 18 doubles while hitting .291. That pitch taken outside, 2 balls and 2 strikes from the guy in the Hoots dugout, Joe Lincoln, at Missouri State now. Thankful for the guy at the plate and the guy on deck for a lot of success for that Missouri State program, a great program they have. Tate Matheny, who was there from 2013 to 2015. Berger was drafted out of there in 2017. But both were a part of a lot of the success that the Bears had as that pitch is fouled out of play. 2 balls and 2 strikes. We'll do it again as Turbach is trying to work out of a couple runners on base. One reached on the air, Carter Mize, and Spencer Nivens had a single up the middle. As now Joe Lincoln will make some action happen in that right field bullpen. Here Turbach trying to work 5, scoreless. The 2-2 pitch is hit to the shortstop. Neville with a diving play as a couple of runners are stranded. Neville's been active tonight. As we send it to the bottom of the 5th, 1-0 Hoots as Turbach's thrown 5 scoreless. Ian Loesch now out to the mound, making his second appearance so far this summer in the Car Shield Collegiate League. And the left-hander will face Matt Dunham, Jamie Young, and Dominic Cusimano here in the bottom of the 5th inning. 1-0 ball game. Hoots lead, looking to extend on that 1-run cushion. As Turbach has thrown 5 scoreless innings tonight. Tyson James' night is through 46 pitches through 4 innings of work. Faced 13 hitters, retired 12 of them. The one hitter to do any damage was Andrew Keck with the solo shot. As Tyson James started his night with 9 up, 9 down. Had 5 strikeouts the first time through the order in 4 innings, finished with 6, and again, just 46 pitches. As Loesch throws a nice breaking ball to fool Dunham, a ball and 2 strikes. Ian Loesch brings the fastball at around 90 miles an hour. And watch out as Matt Dunham's bat goes to the Hoots dugout. He'll go there as well as he struck out swinging to bring up Jamie Young. As that bat came out of the hands of the slew commit Matt Dunham.
If you're sitting down the first base line or in that Hoots dugout, you better have your head on a swivel. Seen a few foul balls sprayed over there, and now a bat.
Ian Loesch, the Marquette High School standout, taking his talents to Mizzou. We saw a couple of electric Mizzou ball players in game number 1. Seth Alverson was on the mound, throwing it mid-90s. Luke Mann as well came into the game hitting over 500, a Mizzou two-way player along with Alverson. Then Peterson for the Falcons. Now you see Loesch on the mound, taking his talents to the SEC at Mizzou from Marquette High School. The lefty upper 80s, low 90s, good action. We saw a good run on the fastball. That pitch is up and away, 2 balls and a strike. To Jamie Young, who is going to Maryville. He's also a guy who can do a little bit of both. We've seen him on the mound, also in the lineup tonight playing right field for Joe Lincoln.
The Aussie can do a little bit of everything. Very well-rounded as a ball player.
The Aussie, you said, hails from Australia.
Melbourne, Australia, to be exact.
Just like William Bradley, head coach for the Cavemen.
Aussie, Aussie, Aussie.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Loesch gets a swing and a miss from Jamie Young. Loesch looking good. We've seen a couple incoming Mizzou commits look really good this summer. Austin Schrosser for the Eagles to be one, and Loesch as well. As he throws the changeup, a swing and a miss from Jamie Young. Dominic Cusimano now up to the plate. Son of St. Louis sports broadcaster Frank Cusimano. Loesch getting a couple of strikeouts to start off the 5th inning. We mentioned Tyson James, the best we've seen him tonight. Iowa ought to be happy with his performance. 46 pitches through 4 innings and just 1 run. The only blemish of his night was that Andrew Keck shot. With 2 outs, it came. That ball's chopped to the right side by Cusimano. Flip over to first, and Loesch has a 1-2-3. Bottom of the 5th, 1-0 Hoots on top. We send you for the final 2 frames to Shane Holsey. You're watching the Car Show Collegiate League TV.
Jake Berger will lead things off in the top of the 6th for the Cornbelters. They trail at 1-0. Devin Turbrack, 5 shutout innings, just 66 pitches. 4 strikeouts, no walks, just 3 hits. He's back out there for the 6th. He'll face 2, 3, and 4 for the Cornbelters. Berger, Mize, and Vance. Berger 1 for 2, picked up the first hit of the ball game. Back in the 1st, a base hit to right, grounded out to short. Back in the 4th. 1-0 from Turbrack, breaking ball in there, strike 1. Jake Berger awaits the 1-1, fouled straight back. We talk about Berger, about how much he's fought to get back into playing shape has lost about 20 pounds over the last few months. Gotten into very good shape, seeing his first game action in about 3 years, and he looks awfully good.
And to see the persistence out of this young man is great to see.
He fouls that one away.
We know the tremendous talent. I mean, he can project as a big leaguer. You take him early in the first round, you're the White Sox first pick, and you see guys who were picked in 2016, 2017 start to crack the show about now. And you see with Berger, I mean, a tremendous talent. It's so great to see him in the Car Shield Collegiate League, and we only hope the best for him in his career.
Another ground ball at the short. Neville on the first, and Berger is retired for the first out. Nice stretch by Dunham. He's a little bit slow to get up.
It doesn't feel good a lot of times when you got to stretch out as a first baseman. You got to be flexible. You got to make that stretch sometimes. It's that extra inch to get the play as Berger was hustling down the line. It's good to see him moving well. As a White Sox fan, you ought to be happy with just Berger getting back on the field. It's something he hasn't been able to do the past couple of seasons, and we're very blessed to be able to see him here, a premier talent for the Car Shield Collegiate League. And just, you know, he's one of the best players to come through the St. Louis area the past 10 years, along with Tate Matheny, and they're both here. 1-2 punch for Joey Hawkins in the Cornbelters lineup.
Oh. Talk about a 1-2 in an order. Drew Mize chops that one to third. Bastunas, a bare hand. What a play. Tyler Bastunas for out number 2. The only chance he had to get Drew Mize was to bare hand that ball, and he got it cleanly and fired a strike over to first for the second out.
How about Devin Turback tonight? He's getting help from his defense, and he's out of way from going 6 shutout innings. Nobody's been able to really touch him tonight. I mean, he's surrendered a couple hits, but he's been efficient.
There's another first pitch strike, this one to Kyle Vance. Vance doubled to right center his last time up.
He's the only runner to be in scoring position tonight.
Only runner besides the home run by Andrew Keck, the only runner for either team to reach second base. "17 first pitch strikes for Devin Turback. This is a 22nd batter he's faced. 17 out of 22 batters he's thrown a first pitch strike. Tyson James threw a first pitch strike to the 12 of the 13 batters he faced. Both these pitchers getting ahead early, and it's no surprise that we're in a 1-0 game when you see that stat.
Sometimes it's one pitch. Baseball can come down to a one pitch, 1 inch. You know, if that pitch is 1 more inch outside, Keck may not hit that home run. And so it comes down in a pitching performance like this, it's a game of inches.
Vance fouls that one away. When we talk about it, just about every single sport, but baseball more than anything is a game of inches. Just even sometimes less than an inch. When you're talking about if you square up a ball on a bat, you can miss it by a 1/16 of an inch, and that's the difference between a fly out to the warning track and a home run. As Vance pokes that one down the right field line and foul.
And we were mentioning, I forgot, back in the 5th inning, Nivens got that single, and Carter Mize reached on that air. So Mize also was in scoring position, but still 0 for 2 tonight in scoring position for the Cornbelters. And they haven't been able to scuff anything up, just a couple of hits. 3 hits tonight for the Cornbelters, but no runs off of the talented left-hander.
One by Berger, one by the man at the plate, Vance, and one by Nivens. And that's chopped at the plate. Vance has the only extra base hit for the Cornbelters. And only 1 hit for the Hoots. That's the difference so far. Tyson James gave up just 1 hit. It was a solo home run on an 0-2 pitch with 2 away in the 4th. Andrew Keck laced one in the right center field bullpen. As Vance is now 2 for 3 after that base hit. He has half of the Cornbelters hits. As he stays with that breaking ball and serves it into left field for a 2-out base hit.
You see a social media post come in about Tyson James. He was up to 95 miles an hour tonight. That's about a personal best for the young right-hander. 4 innings, just 1 hit, 1 earned, no walks, and 6 strikeouts in 46 pitches. And another guy getting a talking to has had a great night as well, as there was some action in that Hoots bullpen.
Turbrack up to 81 pitches here through 5 2/3. Looked like Tyler Cleveland getting loose out there in the bullpen, the side armor. So the 2-out base hit by Vance, and that extends the inning to Josh Cook, tying run on base. Vance at first. Turbrack trying to keep him there here with 2 away. He's surrendered 4 hits, 4 strikeouts. Has yet to walk a batter, so make that 20 strikeouts and just 2 walks this summer for Turbrack. And now make that 18 out of 23 first pitch strikes. As Cook fouls that one away. Cook on the evening so far, 0 for 2. Pop out to first, a ground out to short. Kyle Vance, a short lead at first. And Turbrack will check on him anyway. Four innings, 1 hit, 1 run for Tyson James. You mentioned the 6 strikeouts. The one hit was a homer by Andrew Keck. And it's been the difference. The Hoots haven't needed much offense. They have just enough right now, as it's 1-0 as we play here in the top of the 6th. This pitching matchup living up to expectations and then some. Oh and 2 to Josh Cook. Down low, ball 1. Just missed with the fastball. Cook looking for a 2-out, 2-strike hit here on 1 and 2. Kyle Vance at first, picked up 1 himself. He has half of the Cornbelters hits. The 1-2. Breaking ball hit down the right field line and slicing foul. Cook stayed on that pitch and drove it the other way, but just sliced a bit foul, and we'll do it again.
We saw Salzman go 6, Turbrack trying to go 6, only other pitchers to do that. Hoffman worked into the 6th for the Cornbelters, but to go 6 shutout innings, this has got to be at the top of the list of one of the most impressive pitching performances we've seen in right along, not even recency bias, but Tyson James as well, who was electric tonight. His confidence was off the charts.
Both of these starting hurlers on top of their games. The pitch to Cook, grounded through the left side. Back-to-back 2-out, 2-strike base hits for the Cornbelters. And the tying run is in scoring position for DJ Schmidt.
We'll see if they can't come through with runners in scoring position. But it'll have to be against a different pitcher. They're 0 for 2 tonight with runners in scoring position. We'll see if they can't get that RISP up, and they'll need to as they trail by a run.
So after 86 pitches, Devin Turbrack will come out of this ball game. He struck out 4. He's responsible for the 2 runners out on base. Just 5 hits given up for Turbrack. And a nice round of applause for Mr. Turbrack as he exits. We'll tell you about the new Hoots hurler. Right after this, runners on first and second, 2 away here in the 6th. Runners on first and second for the Cornbelters. A new arm for the Hoots. It's the right-hander out of the University of Central Arkansas, Tyler Cleveland. DJ Schmidt at the plate. Runners on first and second. Back-to-back two-strike base hits. And the Cornbelters have the tying run in scoring position. Tyler Cleveland has worked 10 2/3 so far this summer, and he's been very good. Just a couple of earned runs, 13 strikeouts to just 2 walks as DJ Schmidt swings through strike one.
And he's got a lot of what I call ASR, arm side run. His movement is what helps him out the most. And the right-hander has balls just dive away from left-handers.
There's that arm side run right there. That pitch started middle in and ended up over the outside corner for strike two. Side armor Tyler Cleveland and an 0-2 count. Trying to strand a couple of runners on base. Time at the plate. Base hits by Kyle Vance and Josh Cook. The Cornbelters have 5 hits, but have yet to scratch across a run. The 0-2 coming from Tyler Cleveland. Swing and a miss. Got him on 3 pitches. Tyler Cleveland strains a couple of base runners and keeps the Hoots lead at 1 as we head to the bottom of the 6th. They'll look to add on 1-0 Hoots here on Car Shield Collegiate League TV. New arm for the Cornbelters. It's the left-hander out of SIUE, Rob Parks. He's been very solid out of the bullpen for Joey Hawkins. 8 1/3 innings work so far, just a couple of earned runs, 15 strikeouts in 8 1/3 innings. He's been electric out of the bullpen. He worked 2 1/3. His last time out gave up a run, but it was not earned. He'll work to Tyler Bastunas, Ty Stouse, and Evan Martin. 8-9-1 for the Hoots as they look to extend their 1-0 lead. Parks trying to hold them at bay.
And he's someone this past spring who led SIUE with appearances out of the bullpen. And like you mentioned, he's brought that strikeout stuff so far this summer.
There's a ground ball through the left side and a base hit. Just the second hit for the Hoots. And it comes off the bat of Tyler Bastunas. He's now 1 for 2 on the evening. Just the second Hoot to reach base. The other one, the home run by Keck. So the first 2 hurlers, James and Loesch, just 1 Hoot reached base, and now a leadoff base hit for Tyler Bastunas here in the 6th. Trying to provide a little extra cushion for Tyler Cleveland. 5 2/3 for Devin Turbrack, 86 pitches. 4 strikeouts, no walks, 5 hits. 0-1 to Ty Stouse is up high. Ball 1-1. Stouse flew out to left to end the third inning. He hits with a runner on first and nobody out here in the sixth after the base hit by Bastunas. One-two to Ty Stouse. Swing and a miss. He goes down swinging for out number one.
Those strikeout numbers keep piling up for the SIUE Southpaw. Like we mentioned, he was a big-time arm out of the bullpen for him. A dual sport athlete at St. Mary's High School. He does it all, and off the mound this summer, it seems like nobody's been able to pick him up. His wicked breaking ball along with his changeup out of the bullpen, that's a plus for Joey Hawkins.
Multiple strikeouts in every appearance so far this summer. Even the one time he worked just one inning, he had 2 strikeouts. Since then, at least 4, and he's worked at least 2 innings. Working to get 3 outs here in the 6th. And keep the Hoots lead at 1-0. The 1 run coming on the solo home run by Andrew Keck. That has been it. 1-1 count to Evan Martin playing left field here this evening. He struck out a couple of times. Tyson James got him looking and then got him swinging. 2-1. The 2-1 from the SIUE Cougar, Rob Parks. SIUE against SIUC. A couple of D1 programs in Illinois.
And it's cool for Parks as he came from Lindenwood Belleville, and he obviously that program transferring out of there to play a big part for SIUE in that bullpen. Pretty cool story about the Southpaw.
So going from the Lynx to the Cougars, and a nice play over there down the third base line.
Fans getting excited for that one.
Nice catch by a youngster over there in the stands.
Most of the excitement tonight has been pitching and strikeouts. It's just the 1 run scratched across was a home run. Other than that, you've seen the foul ball is probably the second loudest cheers of the night. Other than that Tyson James cheer after he struck out the side, showing his emotion on the mound.
Evan Martin still up there in a 2-2 count. Now 3-2. Good at bat here from Martin. 7 pitches so far. Hitting out of the leadoff spot. 1-2 in the Hoots lineup along with his roommate, Nick Neville. That one misses up and in, so now a couple of base runners. The Bastunas base hit, and now the Martin walk. And runners on first and second for Nick Neville, and Joey Hawkins will have a word with Mr. Parks.
Looks like one of Parks' teammates is getting hot down in the bullpen, Braden Bone. But Hawkins wants to talk to Parks. A couple of runners on. You want to keep things at bay. We have that theme going for all you new viewers tonight. The 7th inning's been wild, so these 1-run games, obviously nothing to hold on to as the Hoots want to get some more runs, especially with these late-inning comebacks we've seen all across the league. In a 1-0 ball game, the Hoots have scratched that 1 run across, but it's been great Cornbelter pitching. It's been great Hoots pitching. Just a couple hits tonight for the Hoots, just 2 of them.
They're looking for another one here from their shortstop, Nick Neville. His roommate is on first with the walk. Tyler Bastunas out at second with a base hit. Just 2 hits on the night for the Hoots, but they lead at 1-0, looking to add on here in the late innings.
And the guy on deck hit that home run, Shane.
Andrew Keck on deck to follow Neville as he swings and misses that one in the dirt, strike 1. Neville 0 for 2 on the evening, a strikeout and a pop-out. Hitting with runners on base for the first time tonight. Just 3 Hoots have reached base, a couple of hits and a walk. It's been pitching, and more pitching this evening. And 1 home run by Andrew Keck. So after a couple of swinging strikes, Nick Neville in an 0-2 count. Neville going to be hard to double up. Very good speed out of the left-handed batter's box. First and second, 1 out here in the 6th. The 0-2 from Rob Parks. Sprayed foul. These Hoots hitters hanging tough here against Parks. He has nasty stuff. Evan Martin worked a full count walk, and now Nick Neville trying to work himself back into this count, still down 0-2. Strike 3 called. 2 away here in the 6th as Parks with a little fist bump. And Joey Hawkins is going to head to his pen with 2 runners on and 2 away here in the 6th. Rob Parks works 2/3 of an inning. He's responsible for a couple of base runners. Joey Hawkins goes to his bullpen once again. We'll tell you about the new hurler when we come back. A couple of runners on, 2 away here in the 6th. So one SIUE Cougar gives way to another. Braden Bone comes into the ball game. First time we've seen him in a while. Last pitch last Monday against the Cavemen, July 6th. So it's been 11 days since we've seen Bone out on the mound. He's worked a couple of innings, given up 1 run. Make that 3 innings. 1 earned run his last time out, 2 innings against the Cavemen. Couple of strikeouts in 3 innings. And he works to Andrew Keck, runners on first and second. Keck trying to extend the Hoots lead if he can come through here. The first pitch from Braden Bone. Breaking ball in there, strike 1, good pitch. Keck 1 for 2 on the evening with that solo home run, the only run of the ball game. And on an 0-2 pitch, laced a home run into the right center field bullpen. Almost a mirror image of his first home run. The 0-1. Swing and miss, another breaking ball. A 0-2 count to Andrew Keck, trying to come through with 2 away here in the 6th. Big spot here for Bone, trying to keep the lead at 1. Cornbelters will have the bottom of their order in the top of the 7th. But Bone has to get Keck first. The 0-2. Chopped up the middle off Bone's glove. And Nivens tosses it on the first, so Bone comes in and gets his man We head to the top of the 7th. Final chance for the Cornbelters. They need one. They've yet to get on the scoreboard. The Hoots lead at 1-0 as we head to the final frame. This inning brought to you by our friends at Interco Recycling. They've been recycling non-ferrous industrial metals, batteries, computers, and electronics for almost 25 years, since 1996. Their 400,000 square foot, 45-acre facility is located on the Illinois side of downtown St. Louis. So if your company has large amounts of scrap metals, batteries, or electronics in need of recycling, you can give Interco Recycling a call at 1-877-258-3601, or you can find them at itcscrap.com. Either way, you can dial 1-877-258-3601 or type itcscrap.com into your web browser and find them that way. Interco Recycling, a metaltronics recycler since 1996. Tyler Cleveland will face the bottom of the Cornbelters order here in the 7th as Cleveland works to earn the save. It'll be Brett Pearson to lead things off, Carter Mize and Spencer Nivens to follow. Pearson on the night, a couple of ground outs, 0 for 2. Tyler Cleveland trying to close things down and give the Hoots their 6th victory and make it 5 of their last 6. The 1-0. Outside, 2-0. Just the one run, a solo home run by Andrew Keck, and that has been it. Great pitching here in the nightcap. It's been the theme for the Hoots all summer long. Tyson James matched Devin Turbrack almost pitch for pitch, minus the home run by Keck. 2-1 count to Brett Pearson. Fouled out of play, strike 2. Pearson started 15 games as a sophomore at SIUE, was off to a nice start, hitting .340 with 3 home runs and 8 driven in. 2-2 count here, swing and a miss. Cleveland's retired the first 2 men he's faced out of the bullpen, both via the strikeout. So 1 away here in the top of the 7th, and that brings in number 7, Carter Mize. Struck out in the 3rd, reached on an error in the 5th, and got to second base, but was stranded there. Outside. Home plate umpire not giving Cleveland much on that outside corner. Carter Mize was hitting .242. He started all 19 games for Missouri Baptist as a junior this spring. His brother Drew playing shortstop this evening, a Lindenwood Lion. Carter, 6'2", 200 pounds, playing first base and hitting 8th this evening as he looks at a ball. 2-1. Cleveland came back from a 2-0 count to strike out Pearson. 2-1 here to Mize. Down low, 3-1. Spencer Nivens, the second baseman, on deck. He adds a base hit in this ball game. 5 hits for the Cornbelters, just 2 for the Hoots. But the Hoots lead at 1-0. Swinging 3-1. Mize fouls it back. Count goes full. If the Hoots can hang on here, they'll win their 5th ball game in 6 tries and move to 6-3. A Cornbelters loss would drop them below 500 at 4-5-1.
They've been on a tear, these Hoots have, after dropping the first 2 games of the season. And the reason, Shane, the pitching. We saw the lineup card tonight, and we said Tyson James versus Devin Turback. We're in for a show. And what were we in for, Shane?
A show.
A show, that was right. Devin Turback, 6 shutout innings. Tyson James, 4 innings, just 1 hit on 6 strikeouts while flashing in 95. Pretty cool to see.
A 1-out walk to Mize, and you mentioned the Hoots pitching staff. A 1.66 ERA coming into tonight, and it's only fallen from there. A team ERA in the mid-ones. And Devin Turbrack is still dealing out there early in this ball game. Worked into the 6th inning, giving way to Tyler Cleveland. He got the final out of the 6th, and now trying to close things out here in the 7th. He surrendered a walk to Carter Mize with 1 away, a 1-1 count to Spencer Nivens. Down low, 2-1. No action out there in the Hoots bullpen, so this is Cleveland's game to finish. Tying run over there at first, and Carter Mize. Not great speed, but moves well for a first baseman. And that's top foul, 2-2. Nivens 1 for 2 on the evening. That base hit and a ground out to second. Thank you for joining us here on CarShield Collegiate League TV. If you've tuned in for all or the majority of this ball game, you've been in for a treat, especially on the mound. Some electric arms taking the mound tonight, and they have not disappointed. And that's hit down the left field line. That is slicing towards the line. Evan Martin can't grab it, and it bounces over the wall. So now the tying run moves over to third, and the go-ahead run moves out to second.
Things getting a little interesting here, and what is it, Shane? The final frame. The final frame, Shane Holsey. And we're seeing things get wild.
And it's the Cornbelters, of course.
We've seen a lot of games be those nail biters. All you hope you stuck with us as it's coming down to the final shot. Tate Matheny, now Jake Berger on deck. Cornbelters with a great chance.
And Matheny rips that one to third, and it gets through. 1 run will score. Spencer Nivens will hold it third. Matheny headed to second. No throw from Keck.
And what a sight could this be, Shane? Jake Berger now at the plate with the go-ahead run 90 feet away in his first game back since 2017 after being a first-round draft pick here in the CarShield Collegiate League. And what do they do to him? Joe Lincoln.
They're going to walk him.
Wow.
They'll load the bases with 1 away. Now the bases will be loaded for Drew Mize after the intentional pass. So we won't get to see Berger hit here in the 7th. Instead, it'll be Drew Mize, and that sets up the double play possibility. Middle infield and in double play depth.
Bold move.
The first pitch to Drew Mize down low. Well, if you're Joe Lincoln,
you know, you've seen him. You've seen him hit over 20 home runs at Missouri State.
Yeah. Very familiar with the power of Jake Berger, so he, if anybody, should know. Just put him on.
Was previously going to coach on this squad, and now playing for the Cornbelters. You see, he's pretty familiar with that powerful bat.
Swing and a miss from Drew Mize. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Tyler Cleveland looking for the strikeout or the double play. The Cornbelters have tied it. These Cornbelters will not go away. And the 7th inning magic continues. Can Drew Mize come through? Check swing, foul. Tyson James now coaching first down there. He'll go retrieve that baseball.
90 feet away, that go-ahead run. Drew Mize, the 3-hole. Can he come through?
Good speed. Just about any fly ball to the outfield, Niven should score. Pretty good arms all around, Martin, Krogman, and Young. The 1-2. Swing and a miss. Big strikeout there for Cleveland, and now he's 1 out away from stranding. The bases loaded. Humongous strikeout there for Cleveland.
And here comes a guy who's already had a couple hits tonight. A hit here would give the Cornbelters the lead. We saw a tie earlier today. Both these games, nail-biters. You've gotten your money's worth if you've been watching at home.
Close, low-scoring, well-pitched ball games as Kyle Vance looks at a strike. So Joe Lincoln decided to put Berger on first. It's worked out so far. The strikeout, the third by Cleveland. All 3 outs have been via the strikeout. And now Kyle Vance with the bases loaded, 2 away. Outside. Just swept that one across the plate and out of the strike zone. 1-1 to Kyle Vance. Is working on a 2-for-3 ball game. Big spot here. Bases loaded, 2 away. Chop to the right side. And on to first, Cusimano. The throw is wide. 1 run will score. Another will score. Matheny comes across to make it 3-1. Berger advances to third. Vance advances to second. So give Vance an infield hit and then the throwing error by Cusimano. And now a couple more runners in scoring position, and the Cornbelters have taken a 3-1 lead.
Wow. Coming down to the final moment. You'll see Bone will have a shot to close this thing out. The Cornbelters still with a couple more runners on the base pass. They want to extend on this lead.
Berger on third, Vance at second after the throwing error. Vance does get a base hit on that play, so make him 3 for 4, 3-hit night for Kyle Vance. First error of the ball game for either club. And now Josh Cook in a 1-1 count. A chance to really break things open here in the top of the 7th. It was 1-0 Hoots coming into this inning. And now all of a sudden the Cornbelters find themselves on top 3-1. 1-1 from Cleveland outside. The 7th inning in the Carshill Collegiate League. Never fails, never a shortage of drama. The 2-1 to Cleveland from Cleveland is in there for strike 2. There's something about these 7th innings in the Carshill Collegiate League. Nothing is ever certain. That's the case all the time in baseball, but especially here. Swing and a miss by Cook. So Cleveland strands a couple of runners, but the Cornbelters, with 3 runs in the top of the 7th, come back to take the lead, and they need 3 outs to close out what would be a huge victory. We head to the bottom of the 7th. Hoots with their final chance coming up. They trail it 3-1 as we head to the final frame. So Braden Bone came into the ball game with 2 away and 2 on in the 6th, trailing 1-0. Got the final out, and now all of a sudden he finds himself and the Cornbelters up 3-1 and facing 4-5-6 for the Hoots. In the bottom of the 7th, 3 runs in the top half for the Cornbelters, and now looking to move over 500 if Bone can close things out here. Krogman will lead things off, Dunham and Young to follow. First pitch of the innings in there for a called strike. Bone got Andrew Keck to ground out with runners on first and second in the 6th. Now Chase Krogman leads things off here in the 7th. He's 0 for 2 with a fly ball and a ground ball. There's a ground ball out to second. Nivens comes and gets it across his body. Bit of a low throw. But Mize handles it for out number 1 here in the bottom of the 7th. Matt Dunham will step up to the plate. 0 for 2 on the night, couple of strikeouts. Trying to get on base and bring the tying run to the plate. Outside corner from Bone, strike 1. As Dunham looks up to the heavens. Dunham trying to get things going. It's been a bit of a slow start for the SLU commit, formerly of Jefferson College. Just 3 hits so far on the summer. Starting every game for the Hoots. He and Chase Krogman, the only 2 players to do so. Jamie Young on deck. If Dunham can get on base, Young will represent the tying run. Bone trying to prevent that from happening here in a 1-2 count. 3 runs in the top half for the Cornbelters. And this would be a massive win if they could come away with this one. They would leapfrog the Hoots in the standings. They would have the 1 tie. Both would have 5 wins and 4 losses. Strike 3 called. It's been 3 up and 3 down for Braden Bone out of the bullpen. And he's 1 out away from retiring the Hoots here in the 7th. Jamie Young, the final hope for the Hoots. They came into this inning leading by 1. Now they trail by 2 down to their final out. First 2 in the 7th have been retired by Braden Bone. Breaking ball down low, ball 1. Young 0 for 2 on the evening, a pop out and a strikeout. Just 2 hits on the evening for the Hoots. One and 1 to Jamie Young, the offering from Bone. Swing and a miss. Hoots down to their final strike. The pitching was fantastic all night. And then in the top of the 7th, the Hoots come back and score 3. The 1-2. Up and away. Two and 2 now to Jamie Young, trying to extend the inning to Dominic Cusimano. Bone trying to finish it off. Chop foul. Young stays alive. Jamie Young, the final hope. Braden Bone trying to close things out. He's retired the first 3 men he's faced out of the bullpen. A couple of groundouts and a strikeout. The 2-2 to Jamie Young. Down low in the dirt. Bone struggling to put Young away here with 2 outs. Hoots hanging on by a thread. The 3-2 coming from Braden Bone. Fouled away. We'll do it again. Eighth pitch of the at-bat. Jamie Young not going down without a fight. Trying to extend the inning to Dominic Cusimano. The 3-2. Swung on and belted to left. That one's got a chance. It's at the wall, and it's one hops off the wall. Jamie Young with a stand-up double. And stop the presses just for a second. Young is on second, and the tying run comes to the plate.
Stop the presses. I love it, Shane. We've been getting press all night from obviously the debut of Jake Berger, the first-round pick, and you see that just seeing him get his single, and we see our PA announcers just blowing up on the Twitter with that. But now you see that the Hoots have a chance.
Just one out to work with. A double by Young. He's at second. Dominic Cusimano at the plate. Ball one. He knew this game wasn't over, even with a 2-run deficit and 2 away in the inning. These 7th innings have a way to get interesting. No exception here this evening. 2-0 count to Dominic Cusimano. Couple of ground outs to second. He's peppered his second base mate out there, Spencer Nivens. Now a 3-0 count. Tyler Bastunas on deck. He has one of the Hoots' 3 hits. There's strike one to Cusimano. Three 3-1 from Bone. Chop foul. Hoots once again down to their final strike. Jamie Young, after the 2-out double, out there at second. Dominic Cusimano at the plate and a 3-2 count. No one holding Young out there at second. The 3-2 from Bone. Down the first base line and fair. A sliding play by Carter Mize. Cusimano can't believe it. And Mize steps on first for the final out. A very close play down the first base line, but the Cornbelters score 3 runs in the top of the 7th and close out a 3-1 victory. They move over 500. 5-4-1 Hoots fall to 5-4. We'll be back shortly to wrap things up here on CarShield Collegiate League TV. Cornbelters win it 3-1. So Jake Berger's debut ends in a 3-1 Cornbelters victory. Took some 7th inning magic, but they scored 3 runs in the top of the 7th. We saw some fantastic pitching in both games this evening. This pitching matchup didn't disappoint. Jake Berger with a base hit and his first at bat in the CarShield Collegiate League, and the Cornbelters with a little late inning magic. The 7th inning never disappoints here in the CarShield Collegiate League.
It's been good, and it was great, obviously, to see Berger come back. You saw there's a couple Achilles injuries, Shane, and to be able to see that with the cancellation of the minor league season, it just makes you grateful to see that people are able to come out here and compete. And these college pitchers are competing. Devin Turback and Tyson James, we saw excellent pitching tonight, Shane, and I'm excited. I think the CarShield Collegiate League, the games are getting better. I think you saw the competition the first few weeks, the first couple days, at least be a little lopsided in some games or be a little more sloppy because guys hadn't played yet, but you're getting used to it. It feels like the thick of summer being in a season, and you've seen great pitching and great baseball games coming up here. It's been fun. And for Jake Berger, the White Sox number 15 prospect, it was over 1,000 days since he last played in the game. What do you imagine what he feels like right now? Not going to single in his first at-bat.
First live pitching he's seen in 3 years, and he knocks the base hit to right field. Cool story for him. And just glad to see him back out on the mound or back out on the field. Looked like he was moving well, too. He's torn his Achilles a couple of times the last few years. The same Achilles, in fact. So for him to be out there playing again, seeing live pitching, and succeeding, and he looked as healthy as ever out there.
Yeah, and he gets to see velo. He gets to see guys throwing 93, 95, and he's going to see about probably 70 at-bats this summer. He'll be in the lineup every single day, and so it'll be good for him for the future and for this pitching. But, Shane, it's a wrap, and we'll be back at it after the off day. It's going to be fun, and for all the new supporters tonight, stay tuned with us. As it's been fun, and we're going to continue to keep it rolling here in the Car Shield CL.
Absolutely. These Cornbelters will be back in action on Sunday. We're off tomorrow. Falcons, Cornbelters, and Hoots Gyms on Sunday. Join us for a doubleheader starting at 5:30 p.m. No baseball tomorrow, but we'll be back here on Sunday. For Will Connerly and Charlie Bornoff on the production, I'm Shane Holsey saying good night from Car Shield Field. We'll see you on Sunday. Have a great Friday night and a great